And we are live! Hey everybody! Sorry for being 3 minutes late. I got caught up in eating that Thanksgiving, sweet Thanksgiving KFC. Oh, laughing Raven. How are we all doing? And how is my audio? Popping up everything? Let's pop up chat. Ray, good to see, glad to have you. Lil, good to see, glad to have you. V, good to see, glad to have you. Laffy, good to see, glad to have you. Raven, good to see, glad to have you. Dene, good to see, glad to have you. Storia, good to see, glad to have you. And AC, Ohokali! Okay, who's ready to do some Final Fantasy XIV? So, yes, yesterday, we finished up part 2 of Kozumauka, and we spent some time with the Moblins, who are too good for this world, and I desperately love them dear. It's like V is Pokeballing. Am I Pokeballing? No, I'm not. I'm good. Okay. And today, we are going to be dealing with second part of Arcopacha, which means we're going to be doing Worgor Zormor and Worgor Lador, and dealing with a certain Valley Girl. Good afternoon, Astoria, to you as well. Krista, good to glad to have you. Currently leveling Dark Knight on my EU alt, just reached level 69. Tell me something, guys. How does turkey taco sound with cranberry salsa? That sounds awful on... If you wanted to make something specifically tailored for me not to like, that's what you should make. However, if you want to repel me, well, I mean, it's perfect. But shall we get started on the Viper quest? I believe, is this the finale? Or is this the, like, 90 or 89 or 99 or whatever? Let's find out. E4 has been breached by 4 teams. Ooh, nice. Phase 4. So phase 3 is Oracle of Darkness, I'm assuming, or is phase 3 Oracle of Light, the Hydaelyn form? Because if phase 4 is something past Oracle of Darkness, I actually haven't seen it yet. 90, okay, yeah, this is the final Vampire Viper quest. Vengeance of the Viper. Okay. Since the last time we spoke, the Twin Adders have been looking for Goliath, but they ain't found him, hide nor hair of him. Meanwhile, there's been plenty of Ixoxamun sightings. Seems innocent Stork's eager to put his new pet to work. I expect that's why Goliath's commanding officer asked for our help. Let's head to the Adder's Nest and hear what he has to say. Phase 2 of Oracle of Light and Light forms. Okay. So phase 3 is Darkness and phase 4 was after that. Here, let me go quick. Phase 3 is Oracle of Darkness. So what is phase 4 Oracle of Twilight then? Let me scroll it on back real quick. I don't have a shot. Hey, Lavi, can you do me a favor? Can you send me like a screenshot in Discord with whatever phase 4 is? It's both of them, but with Trace Felger. Okay, yeah, I was wondering. Okay, I was wondering if it might be both of them. Makes sense. I already have a theory on Final Boss of Fru. Oh, well, we'll definitely talk about it whenever we get there. I think you can be forgiven, Laffy. Horace Velger isn't exactly one of the easier names to spell. Plus, I have no idea what autocorrect tried does to it. Infinite, do we got you here? It is good to finally meet you both. Goliath spoke highly of you and your contributions of to your hunt of Ixoxamun. Speaking of which, you got information for us, right? We have recently multiple eyewitnesses reports of creatures surpassing even the most elite marks. It dispatches its victims swiftly before flying away. At innocent Stork's direction, I'll wager. She set an Ixoxamun loose to kill for her own amusement. Those slain were mostly roaming adventurers, but their circumstances of each attack suggest an escalation. The beast is striking in broad daylight and closer to more popular settlements. The risk of massacre grows greater by the day. There is another matter I wish to discuss, which may shed some light on the situation. We have received a letter from Goliath. Though details are sparse, he wishes to resign from the Twin Adders. The letter also includes a message for the two of you. Do you recall our discussion in southern Hydaelyn? Though my aspirations were beyond me, I pray that you succeed in fulfilling your own. I remember Goliath. You want to prevent those with bright futures from dying before their time. That's why you joined the Twin Adders. And wait, we had that talk in the Shroud, not Hydaelyn. And he mentions our aspirations, which is to protect people from rampaging beasts. Don't you see? He's telling us that Ixoxamunj is going to appear in southern Hydaelyn. A hidden message, albeit not a particularly well-hidden one. If Innocent Stork read this, she would have certainly divined its intent. I can only surmise that she knew and allowed the letter to be sent regardless. What better way to lure you into a confrontation with Ixoxamunj than by taking advantage of Goliath's sincere plea for help? Trap or not, a confrontation suits me fine. If it's a show she wants, then we're happy to oblige. As for where, she doubtless wishes to avoid attracting the attention of the immortal flames in the Amalja. The Sigoli Desert like as not. I will send word to Ul'dah, but in the meantime, I wish you every success. So I figured out why V Pokeballed. Her cat Keone turned off her PC. She likes sleeping on top of her PC, and usually V doesn't let her, but I've been letting her sleep on top of mine. Except for when she sleeps on top of V, she always turns it off. Oh, perfect. Thanks, Laffy. Oh, interesting. They fight. Okay, so it's Hreisvelger. Okay, Shiva with... Okay. I gotta see what the voice lines are for that, because I have so many questions. Hey, there's a cafe. I don't remember asking this, but who are the three foodies among the Scions? I think it's Estinian, Grahatia, and maybe us. Estinian likes a good meal. I'll say Grahatia. I mean, honestly, partly because they're written by a Japanese development team, but I kind of think they're all foodies. And the music is E12 phase 1. Interesting. Okay, well that means that the next phase has to be... I bet that must mean that they're skipping over like a Eden, like Eden as it was. Or maybe they won't skip over E12. Maybe they'll go straight into E12 after that. And then they'll see Oracle of Twilight afterwards. Also, I guess it makes sense that they have Hreisvelger form since it's got the white wings. Yeah, interesting. Another carcass. This was Ixoxamunj's work. Didn't expect the trail to be this easy to pick up, but perhaps I should have. All that's left now is to walk straight into the trap. No viper worth their salt ever shied away from danger, am I right? If we had a gil for every pet that caused the game to crash, we'd have 2 gil, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Indeed. I'm very interested to see how this... I hadn't done this on land yet, so I'm very excited to see how this fight goes. Anybody else feel like this kind of sounds like music from Stormblood? Like it kind of reminds me of some of the Doman music, like the Doman Garlean versions. The day reborn. Such grace, such power, magnificence itself given form, worthy of awe. Alas, these mediocre distractions are a poor canvas for your art. It's over, innocent stork. On the contrary, the main attraction is just beginning. Goliath, what have you done to him?
After his childlike trick with the coded letter, I decided to let FFXIV punish him. An appetizer, if you will.
All the money and the privilege in the world, and this is how you choose to use it. Killing for the sake of killing? You're no better than a Tural Vidral, a monster that deserves to die.
A flattering comparison, though you seem to be forgetting the literal monster that stands before you.
FFXIV,
I've brought you fresh prey.
Oh, I haven't forgotten about you. A coward through and through. I knew but one I thought had some pride. I guess I was wrong. It's time, FFXIV. It's ours. FFXIV, give me a bloody spectacle.
I would hate for this to end too quick. Why not toy with them a little?
We can't afford any mistakes. Stay sharp, Elio. Wait, what's that smell?
Worthy foes indeed.
FFXIV, the time for games is over.
What was that? Some underhanded tactic, no doubt. Is this the limit of your power?
Kill them, now. Something's wrong with FFXIV. Don't tell me.
Move, you great brute, move!
That's it. Innocent Stork made a huge mistake.
Is this all you're capable of? Are you not satisfied with the prey I have provided? You have all that you want and more, but only if you obey. Kill them. Kill them now! I demand it!
Yeah, you're kinda dumb. This ain't the FFXIV I know, and I reckon Innocent Stork is the reason why. I can smell the wild grass on her. A less potent mixture than the one we doled out before. Just enough to keep FFXIV at arm's length. But even that's too much for the Vidral's senses. That's why it's addled and can't think straight. Even so, she's made a fool's bet. FFXIV has only tolerated Innocent Stork and her shenanigans to sate its own bloodlust. Two apex predators can't make nice forever.
I'm not done with you yet!
Goliath, you stubborn worm.
What?!
Surprised he didn't just eat her. Maybe now we can concentrate on the fight. Alright, Elio. Give it everything you've got.
Why yeet when you can yeet? Oh! I guess she did have the stuff on her, so he wouldn't want to eat her.
Looks like it's through messing around. Keep it together.
My paladin muscle memory is hitting. I tried to use my engage even though it doesn't do damage.
It's acting strangely. Be careful. That packed a punch. God damn it. This ain't over. Not by a long shot.
Look out!
Elio, you alright?
I'm fine.
The wings, they accumulate aether before the beast strikes. Goliath is right. When it spreads its wings, we get ready for a huge attack. Come on, together now. Go for the wings. I'll keep him pinned down. You did it! Now for the other one! That did the trick! Don't hold back! It won't escape me again!
Holy moly, great balls of fire!
Still got some fight, huh?
Remember, this is time to use ranged attacks.
Over here, quickly!
Got him.
O restless beast, may you find peace in death. As the serpent sheds its skin, relinquish this husk, that you may rise again, greet a new dawn.
Innocent Stork genuinely believed that she could bend such a creature to her will. That arrogance cost her her life.
I didn't see a body. She, as far as I'm concerned, she could still show up in the Beastmaster questline. She never understood what she was dealing with or afforded proper respect. She took her superiority for granted, but the power she wielded to flaunt the laws of men was powerless against the natural order. Goliath, Elio, thank you for everything. It was a damn sight harder than I reckoned it'd be, but finally avenged my brother in arms. Fulfilled my duty. I can once again hold my head high. Pretty sure Innocent Stork is a preview for the Beast Tamer. Yeah, but yeah, it would make sense for her to show back up. Yeah, well, it's also funny because she even uses the enemy that she uses is kind of a model reuse in some ways, and not completely, I don't think, but maybe completely. Lion, obviously, who's also kind of a preview to that. I mean, also her and Pagaga, so a lot of Bosnia.
The hunt is finished. All that remains is for me to face my punishment.
Ixoxamunj might be dead, but we've still got a loose end or two to tie up. You haven't told us yet why you led us on a merry chase for Innocent Stork. May as well come clean now.
Well, when I was a young child, my merchant parents were slain by wild creatures on their travels. I meant what I said at Fallground when I told you I swore to save others from a similar fate. That's why I joined the Twin Adders.
A commendable motivation. You can see the gold saucer in the background.
And then I met Innocent Stork, who explained with great enthusiasm that she shared my desire to protect others by bringing these beasts to heal. I thought I had found a kindred spirit, but later I realized she had fed me nothing but lies. She used me to obtain information collected by the Twin Adders, all for the sake of identifying potential additions to the menagerie. I disclosed all manner of sensitive intelligence to her, believing it was in furtherance of her efforts to save lives. By the time I learned of her true intentions, it was too late. I confronted her, told her that I was going to inform my superiors. She smiled and laughed and said that she would unleash her fiends upon Gridania if I spoke a word, with some of her finest reserved specifically for my family.
I'm guessing it was Innocent Stork's idea to have you join the investigation into Ixoxamunj.
It was. That's no excuse for what I did. Allowing myself to become her pawn has led to so much needless suffering. Nothing I can say or do will ever be enough to earn your forgiveness. Whatever punishment awaits me, I shall accept it gladly.
Well, Elio, what do you think? I think you should decide, Keshqua. If he had only done me wrong, I'd be willing to look the other way. But his deceptions caused all kinds of trouble for the Twin Adders. They're the ones who need to stand in judgment.
Quite right. I will request that my superiors meet us at Quarry Mill, where I shall give a full account.
It's settled then. Meet us there when you're ready. It does amuse me how much Vipers are Final Fantasy XIV Witchers. Yeah, I guess you're right. They really kind of are, aren't they?
I mean, at least they're not like infused. Like, yeah, I get special swords and the gruff travelers and going and slaying supernatural beasts. I will point out that it's not like they're created by infusing them with energy of the Vidral. Well, Well, the Viper is... they're not necessarily using Vidral energy to do what they do. Yak Tural. Oh no, I would need to go to Coreyville, not Yak Tural. Hourglass, 2 dragons heads at the same time. I recently did a Suzaku trial and I have to ask, is her ability to disrupt the live stream unique to her or compared to other Tural Vidral? What do you mean disrupt the live stream with Suzaku? What's that smell? Yeah. Why eat when you can eat? Hello, yes, Pathmaker. Yeah. Does the boss use Rala's model? I think it probably uses the same rig for the most part, but it's because it's using the same rig as some of the other bosses. Probably dating all the way back to Dusk Vigil Hard, right? Maybe even further. Kinda, yeah. It uses its rig, yeah. Okay. What lesson did we learn today? Hubris comes to bite us all. Yeah, it does amuse me how much the Vipers are, but no Witcher glams. Give it a wing ding. I'm surprised that there wasn't a Witcher crossover when there was when Witcher 3 was out. DDA model is programmed to do basically nothing but move when they're meant to dodge. Still beats Squadron AI. True. Pretty sure he's in store as a preview for the Beast Tamer. Is Guy from FF12 considered a precursor to Beastmaster? No. Not at all. Not even a little bit. The only way in which you could argue that is just the affinity for creatures. But, like, it's not even, like, part of his, like, combat job or anything. So Infinite just messaged me. They're like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Something came up and it's everything's good." And I was messaging them, "Everything's good," but I actually had caps lock on the whole time, so I'm just screaming. Oh my god, that's funny. That was funny. As the soldier of the Twin Adders, your actions are inexcusable. Once I've made my report, expulsion will be the least of your worries. There will likely be a trial. Where I come from, we don't take kindly to liars neither. Our word is our bond, and the violation of that trust demands punishment. But I will say this, the lies he told were to protect the people of Gridania. Not only that, the actions he took contributed directly to the defeat and death of Ixoxamunj. I won't say the ends justify the means, but it's not nothing. Duly noted, though I trust you understand that this consideration may not change the outcome. Yes, sir. Ain't my place to tell you folks how to handle your business. Just a simple man who crossed the salt to kill a Vidral. But if Goliath isn't stuck in a cell for the foreseeable future, I got something he can help me with. You see, now that my business here is concluded, it's high time I made my way home. Trouble is, passage back is more than I can presently afford. I'm gonna need to put in some work. I reckon Goliath could help me find clients in need of a Viper's skills. For a simple man who knows better than to tell us how to handle our business, you've struck up an intriguing solution. Well, I've spent a fair bit of time in the company of a silver-tongued someone. Goliath, your conduct cannot easily be forgiven. Even so, it must be acknowledged that you played a vital role in the slaying of Ixoxamunj. Swear to never again stray from your path of the righteousness, and no charges will be brought against you. Moreover, I will accept your voluntary resignation as you did previously request. With this arrangement, you may yet pursue your dream of defending the innocent from nature's most deadly threats, in your capacity as Keshkwa's assistant. What say you? I shall do as you ask. You have my word. Though I will bear the shame of my misdeeds as long as I live, I shall endeavor to redeem myself through service to the people. You can start by finding me some beasts to slay. Infinite, how did you not tell that? Well, seems like I'll be sticking around Eorzean a while longer. In the meantime, you're sure to find clients of your own. I reckon the content's more than big enough for the both of us.
Wherever there are folks in need of Viper, that's where we'll be.
It's interesting. I feel like the Viper quest may not be that grand and amazing, but I actually feel like it really nails this as a smaller adventure that's still like important, but not like earth-shattering or crazy or like revelatory or anything like that. I think it's just really good. It's just really good. I kind of have an appreciation for that. Yeah, Infinite, happy birthday! I'm sorry I didn't know. I'm sorry I'm really bad about knowing dates, but like, holy moly, happy birthday to you. Otanjobio Medito. Yeah, everyone's happy to, like, holy moly. Yeah, happy birthday. I promise I'll write it down so I'll remember in the future. I try to make sure we tend to do announcements for birthdays for mods in general. To be fair, Elio does get louder the more excited he gets, so caps locking should read as positive. Honestly, yes, there's some truth to that. It's fine, Infinite. I'm not mad. I'm yelling too. Yeah. Elio's scream at the Popito. Yeah. If you do the trial and prompt for Suzaku says her Aritama is disrupting the live stream. I don't know of any other trial Vidro comparable power to that. I mean, effectively, it's just saying that the ethereal, like, when it says it's affecting the live stream, it's just probably affecting the ethereal ley lines and energies of the surrounding environment. Because, like, literally the live stream is not just the ethereal sea itself, but also, like, the actual, like, all of the energies around the world. So it's basically just saying it's caused ethereal disruption, which is basically true of any entity of sufficient power. So I don't think that would be that crazy. You're eating mochaca and drinking pots, it could count as you getting your power from creatures. Okay. I'm so curious about, so like, I thank you for Infinite for grabbing the Naro Ichiya thing, but I'm so curious about like what's up with the, I don't know if it's bots or what, that they say after watching all these other 14 creators, YouTube recommended me your stream. And I'm like, I'm curious, is it like someone's leaving their YouTube watcher on, and it's like every time they get to a new stream, I wonder what's going on with that. I literally was too tired. Make sure you're getting some rest. Yeah. Just don't lick it, in my experience. Waiting patiently for a Vidral trial seems in that juicy lore from that. Yeah, I honestly, I mean, obviously we've fought three Vidrals so far in the MSQ and side quests. Plus, there's the totems in the role quest that I haven't played yet. So there is quite a bit of Vidral stuff, but I really do think a Vidral trial series is in order. It is kind of weird that we're already in 7.1 and we've heard nothing about the trial series. I'm trying to remember the last time that was true. Fruits and vegetables aplenty, but we must eat. Oh, what did he say? So we must eat all our meats first. Trying to think. Because we knew about the weapons by 0.1 for 5.1, and 6.x was they couldn't because it was tied to the story. Assuming the trial series isn't part of the MSQ like Endwalker, it won't be. It won't be because this is paced like Heaven's Word, Stormblood, and Shadowbringers. It's not paced like Endwalker. Because Endwalker, the trial series, were part because the 6.x was one whole thing. There will be a trial for 7.3, but there will be a trial series for, or at least there will be 3 other trials in some way that is not tied to the MSQ. I will. I shouldn't promise that. I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe they're flipping up, but they said they're going with the old cadence of the 0.1, the 0.3 being the epilogue and the 0.45 being the prologue, and that's that was how, because like in ARR and Endwalker are the same, right? Their MSQ is one contiguous kind of story unto itself, and there's 3 trials in that MSQ. Well, 4 trials in that MSQ. Actually, is there 4 in Realm Reborn? Anyways, Heaven's Word, you got Final Steps of Faith. Stormblood, you got Tsukuyomi, and Shadowbringers, you got Seed of Sacrifice. But you had the Warring Triad, 4 Lords, and Weapons. So yeah. Y'shtola is a vid rule. Well played, Des.
Assuming the trial series isn't part of the MSQ. I have a couple ideas of why we haven't had a nod to the trial series yet, but I want to see another patch to go by. Yeah, so Lil, I think you're hammering on the one thing I was about to say. The only reason I can think of why they haven't told us what the trial series are yet is that the trial series actually won't be MSQ, but its origins will be rooted in the MSQ. Be it to do with a certain goblet or maybe a certain reflection that is 4+5. But what enemies are there left from that game for us to even fight? I'm sure, Lil, you have some answers to that.
The road beckons, my friends. Let's be on our way to the Yokui.
Then it is back to where the path through the mountains began. You remember the spot where we tricked into walking off with Wawakesa?
Just going to rub it in my face like that, eh? I wonder if he's raising my hackles on purpose, though. You know, trying to keep me keep my anger directed at him instead of myself. Either way, we can't be standing around here all day. We have lots of lost time to make up for.
AR has Ifrit type. Well, I'm talking about the patch content, not the core. So to be fair, we can cut out Ultimate Weapon and the others. And also, Ultimate Weapon was not a trial until recently. Originally, it was a part of the Praetorium, and Dekumana only came out in 6.x. So we have, let's see, we have, I mean, we had Greg, obviously, but you know, that doesn't count. And then, so like, Realm Reborn, we had Leviathan, Ramu, because the .0s are all the same. Every .0 has 3 trials, and yeah, it's the same thing. But obviously, except for a Realm Reborn now has 4, but that's because they retroactively changed it. Leviathan, Shiva, Ramu, Greg, but we're not counting Greg because we're not counting the Hildebrand fights. Am I forgetting something silly? Chrysalis. That's what I knew. I was forgetting something silly. Yeah, so the Chrysalis is the 4th one. Then in Endwalker you have Wind Hair Fart Lady. I'm forgetting her name. Barbaricia. You have Rumkante, Golbez, and Zeromus. So it's 4 in both of those cases. Obviously in Shadowbringers you have the weapons plus you have what is it? It's Latin. It's where you fight Varus. Memoria Misera, that's what it is. Is there 4 in Stormblood? Am I missing? What am I not thinking about in Stormblood? Oh, there was the Great Hunt. That's what. Oh, but also there's Castrum Fulminant. Well, no, because that's the Sea of Sacrifice. So the Great Hunt was the extra one in Stormblood. Heavensward, we didn't get. It's just Final Steps of Faith, right? I don't think there's. Yeah, no, there wasn't a extra one in Heavensward. Yeah. Join us in our Discord for community announcements, updates, and lots of lore discussion. Yeah, discord.gg/Eorzean Archives. The Foul Sea are always an option as a trial. Like, dude, look, don't get me wrong. I would take a lot of 13 stuff, and I think the Foul Sea, you can make that work in with their version of Alexandria for sure. I am attuned to Earthenshire. I'm attuned to all the Aetherites. I'm not attuned to Warlord's Echo, though, so someone remind me when we get there.
Those bandits must have been watching us from the moment we stepped off the riverboat. I knew I felt eyes on us. Erenville said the path will take us all the way to Urkopacha Highlands, didn't he? Zoralja will not have been wasting time while we were busy tussling with Bukul Jaja. We need to hurry. I couldn't leave without letting Redarok know what has happened, so I stopped in Earthenshire to say a few words before moving on. And now Erenville's nowhere to be seen. Couldn't he wait a few more moments? Ugh, so much for giving him the benefit of the doubt. Come on, let's catch up. I want to get the smug cleaner a piece of my mind.
Also, the 2 quests that I did the 2 blue quests so I could get flight in Kozumauka, and one was a Gabi who has a Potsworn who is retiring, and he wants to make a gift for her, and it's very cute. And the other one of their Potsworn went over to check out some ruins, the Yokui ruins, and we learned just a bit about the Yokui lore. Honestly, all of which notes I had. Main thing is that the Yokui retreated back into Urkopacha from controlling the continent about 500 years ago. Which there's a lot of other lore I've written down, but we'll read more of that as we go along. I worried Wuklamot would agonize over the loss of her keystone, but it seems I had nothing to be concerned about. Onwards and upwards, then. Give me a second. Bottom along. Any of you guys done the current EXs? We have to be quite high up by now, which makes me wonder how much higher the summit of Worgor Zormor must be. It seems those buildings up ahead are the village we're headed for. These Yokui have a deep connection to the legend of the Golden City. This visit will allow us to ask them about it directly. I've never climbed so high before. I'll tell Aaronville off once I catch my breath. As I'm sure you've noticed, the air grows thin at this elevation. Take it slow until your body adjusts. Deep breaths, drink plenty of water. A few more steps and we'll be in Warlord's Echo. The El Chupacabra. I love, so in lore, turns out that the bloodsuckers are void sent, which I adore. A Warlord's Echo. To now and forever. Ah. Odin, Great Hunt. Oh, Odin. That's what I was forgetting. I knew I was forgetting something else. Odin, yep. Great Hunt, Memoria Misera, and Gilded Aria. Well, no, so Gilded Aria is not, though, because Gilded Aria we don't count either, because Gilded Aria is the Endwalker Hildebrand trial, in the same way that the battle in the Bridges are. You said Odin earlier. Guys, remember, there's a lot of chats. I'm doing voices. I'm playing the game. Sometimes I miss stuff. Chilly air, stout stone constructions. If I squint a bit, I might think I was in Ishgard for a moment. Everything here is giant-sized, but the structures in the back is on a different scale altogether. A temple of some kind, mayhap? Thank the gods they have an aetheryte. I don't fancy the idea of trudging up the mountain trail a second time. That goes to our conversation yesterday. Okay, I don't have a good answer for why they just didn't use the aetheryte to go back to Tuliolal. Other than Liln, what you said about, like, just because writing in the boat. There's only so much A in the ADD to go around. Yeah. Chupa thingy, yeah. Aria was a FanFest trial too before it was added to the game. Yep. Yep, I did it at FanFest. Actually, I don't have the shirt on, but I have the I beat that trial. You got a t-shirt for it. I knew the path led here, but I've never set foot in this village myself. Okay, here's my only guess. Well, no, because my guess doesn't make sense.
We know Tuliyolal's here, Kozumauka's here, Urkopacha's here. If proximity does matter, it could have been that it's just draining to use, but you actually reserve more energy for going from Tuliolal to Urkopacha versus a simple boat ride down the river from Kozumauka to Tuliolal would be pretty easygoing and restful. So for the majority of people, it actually would be a better plan. Yeah, we talked about that last time because NPC will have to spend the 1.0 teleport currency instead of Gil with Anima. So Laffy, oh my god, Denny, last time we talked about this, the issue is that they talk about Anima, but if you look at the 2.0 references, they also specifically say it restores relatively quickly. So the question is why not use it there, but use it? It's not so much why. It would be one thing if they used it in both cases or in neither. But the question is why use it in the Kozumauka case, not in the Kozumauka case, but in the Urkopacha case when both are relative proximity to Tuliolal. The only answer that makes sense is that the expenditure of energy required to get from Kozumauka back to Tuliolal by the boat would have been for the majority of people restful and not expending a lot of energy, whereas using their anima would have been. But in the case of Urkopacha, you're expending so much energy having climbed the mountain trails, it actually would be easier to use the Aetheryte. But yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. We even read there's a passage if you use T-Tools and look up Aetherites, there's a couple passages about it, but then there's also E1, doesn't use anima specifically, but talks about it. I'm just glad it's not a currency anymore, like it was in 1.0. Whew, I think I was getting used to the air up here. So this place is from the Lay of Proof, where Papa met with the Yokui. And that must be them. I don't think I've ever actually seen one outside of a picture. So it is for most of Tural. The giants rarely visit the lowlands. Here is in their mountain fastness. They tend to their solemn duty. They pledge to undertake in the pact with the Dawn Servant. To watch over the Tural Vidral, Valigarmanda, and maintain its prism within their temple. Ah yes, Wuglamat told us about the Tural Vidral, creatures that live for far longer than normal and awaken to strange powers. Indeed, yet among those anomalies, Valigarmanda is unrivaled in strength. It has endured for centuries, bringing catastrophe each time it emerges from its lair. The fact that they mention unrivaled makes me assume that the trial series would be not Vidral. Because you'd think that the 3 Vidral that would have been nodded to from it would have been. As you learned in the Lay of Ice, it was Galul Jaja who had at last managed to imprison the beast and has lain dormant in the temple ever since. It's said that the building still bears a gaping hole in the ceiling from when Valigarmanda was lured inside by Galul Jaja's final ploy. I'd like to see the strongest of all Tural Vidral. I wonder what it was like to fight it. Warlord's Echo was where both the Lay of Proof and the Lay of Ice took place. Does this not suggest we'll be facing 2 feats this time? It's a question we can ask the Elector once we find him. Or maybe we should flush out Bakul Jaja first so I can beat the keystone out of him. Identifying the Dawn Servant's electors our first consideration. I suppose we still have 4 keystones to earn, and no matter what we do, the contest will pit us against him sooner or later. Alright, let's seek out the Elector. Then I suggest we pay a visit to Karzor the Gracious, or so their temple is called. The Moblins told me that the High Luminary Gurfurlur is to be found there. If we were to ask someone for information, then he seems a wise choice. Any chance the Crystal Chronicle bosses could be a trial series? Depends on which bosses, but I mean, yes. I mean, in general, 14 has proved that as long as it's a Final Fantasy game, you probably can assume that it's safe to say that it's on the table. I think the only things I would question as to whether, other than a crossover, I would wonder about 16 and 15. No, actually, I take that back. 16 and 15, I think are definitely still on the table. I'm trying to think of anything. Anything that wasn't a Final Fantasy game, but was renamed to Final Fantasy when it crossed the to the west. That would be something. Benny, good to see, glad to have you. Is it taboo to request entrance to the temple, do you think? The temple guards have been watching us most intently. One does not simply stroll into, one does not stroll freely into Valigarmanda's prison, it seems. While this is certainly an impressive building, it doesn't seem the sort of structure one would be built to hold a Tural Vigil. We'll need permission to enter the temple, but I expect it won't be a problem for the third promise. 8.0 Kingdom Hearts rate series. Actually, as someone who's deeply loves Kingdom Hearts, I'm going to say ain't no way, and I'm sure we have someone in chat who would be... I knew that was going to get a response before too long. Let's see if I can convince the guards to let us through. I am Wuklamat, third promise of Tuliolal, and I seek your elector for the right of secession. May I speak with Gurfurlur?
The High Luminary has granted admittance to the claimants. You may enter.
That was easier than expected. In we go then. Organization 13 weapons and the Organization 13 cloak would be fun, I'll admit. Also, would you guys say Lingering Will as a trial? Kind of want to show people the Lingering Will fight. Gods, is that... Why not voiced? I, Valigarmanda.
Welcome.
I, Luminary Gurfurlur.
He is not here at present. I am Luminary Zormor.
This is a Skyruin, Valigarmanda.
It is the Tural Vidral whose name has invoked terror since time immemorial. Even my people, once conquerors of all beneath the sun, were as brittle leaves before Valigarmanda's tempestuous powers. When the Skyruin descended upon Urkopacha 8 decades ago, the casualties were staggering. Had Galul Jaja and his companions not intervened, we would have been slaughtered to the last. Their titanic battle with Valigarmanda raged for 10 days and 10 nights. As their foe fought in tireless and relentless, our heroes were pushed beyond the limits of their endurance. Thus did the head of reason concoct a desperate plan. Galul Jaja tricked the Skyruin into losing control of its own magics, causing the unwitting Tural Vidral to encase itself in frozen aether. Oh, there you can see Kefkiwa. And it's been like that ever since. Nice work, Papa! But what happens if the ice ever melts? The same question looms large in our minds, for the magics sustaining this prison grow weaker with each passing year. Valigarmanda commands powers of fire, lightning, and ice. Some believe that the violence of the recent storm was the result of those energies slipping free.
A raging tempest from Valigarmanda.
Setting future worries aside, you are come to attempt the feat of proof, yes? The High Luminary chosen elector of the Dawn Servant has left me with instructions for all aspiring claimants. You are to scour our forbidding mountains and find the waiting Gurfurlur. This is to be your challenge.
Ah, so the search itself is the feat. You've already spoken with the brothers, I take it.
I have. Their expeditions are underway.
Yes. Yes, it is. It is 100% we know for a fact for her, besides being the same model. Then we better pick up the pace. Aye, but we will need a direction to search in first. Let's see what hints we can gather from the villagers. If anyone wants to join for the Dungeons of Trial, meet us on Crystal Curl in the Tuliolal Instance 1. Let V know. Thank you. Benefit, hear me out. Organization 13 is just a different reflection version of the Ascians. Okay, this... I don't even know where to begin with. No, they're not a different reflection because there is no way you can make any sense of Kingdom Hearts lore or function and everything. Even literally, you can't make sense of its time travel if you do that. Valigarmanda is a Keter class anomaly from Tural, appearing as a large feathered serpent with elemental control. SCP 14,000. Mickey's powers seem to fluctuate wildly in the game. He's powerful, but can be beaten. So, I mean, the thing is, if you're going to make a Kingdom Hearts enemy a fight, like a boss fight, you would. There's so many good choices that, like, setting aside whether or not you like Kingdom Hearts, like, just as fights, you know, things like Lingering Will, things like the Ansem ship, things like Zemnis, you know, King God machine form. Like, there's all sorts of fights you could. So many of the Heartless bosses would work with. I mean, literally, you could basically just take the Behemoth in Kingdom Hearts and just basically slap its rig for the most part on the Behemoth rig on it, and it would work. I sense the recent expulsion of a great deal of aether from Valigarmanda's prison. The ice will hold for but a few more years, I fear. Tural Vidral sound an awful lot like the auspices of the Far East. Are they the same thing under different names, do you think? Yeah, like even Alice out here calling it out explicitly. It's interesting. What's interesting about the difference between the auspices and and the Tural is that if they err, it seems like they fall to the Aramitama really fast. Or at least have always fallen to it. Because we haven't seen any version of them with cognition. Like, they're smart, but they don't have speech. But to be fair, if they've only appeared within recent history, not like only for the first time, but if like they only exist for a period of time, it was like hundreds, if not thousands of years before the Four Lords gained the ability to speak. So a Vidral allowed to continue to exist for a long enough period of time may garner the ability to be like an auspice. But they're very similar. It is very interesting. As large as the Yokui are, seeking blindly for one in the expanse of these mountains would be an exercise in fealty. We need more information. I've encountered many extraordinary creatures in Eorzean and elsewhere, but as long has it been since I have felt such an overwhelming presence, like 1,000 daggers points pricking my skin. God, Valigarmanda is enormous. I know Papa had friends with him, but it's incredible he could hold his own against that thing. Should his prison ever fail, though, we can't expect the old guard to come running. It'll be up to us to save the day. As we have just been informed, the feat of proof requires us to seek the high luminary Gurfurlur somewhere upon these mountains. However, if earlier feats are any indication, we must assume that the challenge precludes the Yokui from answering our questions in a straightforward manner. Thus, I would ask that you pay close attention while attempting to divine Gurfurlur's whereabouts. Though the giants may not give us a precise location, there may be clues hidden within their words. Such is my theory, anyway. Let us see what we can discover. Oh, looks like I'm getting a winter storm tomorrow. Let me write down. I just need to write down Gurfurlur. Because I'm certain someone voices his name. Honestly, the Yokui names are kind of a reprieve coming off of the back of a lot of the other Turalian names. We kept frozen. Isis Sight 7.0. Well played, Des. Speaking of other non-Final Fantasy games, isn't Heaven on High a Loki allusion to the tower from Final Fantasy Legend, aka Saga 1? I don't know. I hadn't thought about it. Saga 1 tower. I mean, in general, it's kind of like just an allusion to like the tower is the main location in the Final Fantasy Legend. Is the tower that contains a path to paradise whose floors lead to various worlds. The objective of the game is to reach the top of the tower. It's hard to say, right? Whether that's like an intentional call to it or if it's more general. You know, because like tall towers reaching to the heavens and connecting to the heavens is very much a common trope. But I could see it.
The High Luminary. No, I have not seen him today. Now let me ask you a question. That Jabral, who came out of the temple earlier, was that really the third promise? She seems rather unimposing. How is she meant to succeed the mighty Galul Jaja?
Could have stopped it. You can make it. You can join for duty DPS if needed. Already done nearby. Up to you. I'm working, but haven't taken my lunch break yet. So let me see in a few minutes. I might be able to join for the dungeon. We've still got to set quite a few seconds, so no worries if anybody can't make it. During the duty, I'll have to dip for stream because it didn't work on my phone app, sadly, so I won't be able to hear you during it. All good. I'd like to see a 14 character in Kingdom Hearts. Maybe Ashtil or Graha's there, the most connected to the world travel. I think we should not be so caught up in crossing over IPs. I know Nier exists. I know we're getting of Echoes of Vana'diel right now, which I personally have I think Echoes of Vana'diel is a different vibe. I think we should not be preoccupied other than with, for fun crossover events, the crossing over of IPs. Look, if we got, for instance, the Kingdom Hearts weapons from the Organization 13 and the cloaks and like the cash shop or something like that, I'm fine with, but that or Xenos replace Sephiroth as a secret boss. I think it's okay to just let stories and worlds be their own thing.
Atuliolan, no, you are farther away. You're from farther away than that, I think. Is the High Luminary. I can only guess where he might be. He is the warder of the Skyruin, but also keeper of the sepulchres, and his duty often takes him outside the village.
Fun dungeon group. Thanks, V, for taking care of that. Join our YouTube channel. For a low price of not much month, you get custom emojis, special badges, and the warm, fuzzy feeling of supporting your favorite archivists. The luminaries are priests, right? Yeah, basically, that's effectively amounts to. They still sound weird, but they roll off the tongue incredibly well. Yeah, at least they're like a constant, like, Gurfurlur. It's very easy to sound out, right? Ta-ra-far, right? Ta-ra-far. It's bum-bum-bum. Bum-bum-bum. Bum, right? I don't think Disney would allow it. Yeah, definitely if not if it was Disney characters. What about Monster Hunter Rise crossover, please? I would definitely... Okay, Monster Hunter Wilds crossover and Monster Hunter... and the Monster Hunter World crossovers, Worlds I was okay with, and Wilds I'm okay with. And Worlds I'm okay with because, frankly, I buy that a Palico and a Rathalos is actually an endemic creature to Othard, and I can basically just think of it that way. Like, I actually... Like... From the other way around, in Monster Hunter, it's clear that they're doing portal thing. Behemoth comes from another world because we even have the not Dodogama. What are the Mr. Chicken grabs the grabs a crystal, right? But I believe a Palico and a Rathalos just exist in Othard, you know. Also, if they bring like Sacred as a mount into this game, it's like, yeah, I just buy that exists in this world. When you've finished asking around, come back and meet already crossed over with Kingdom Hearts itself. Yeah. No, Disney was fine with Zora joining Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. It was Nomura who needed convincing. Yeah, here's what's going to put to me the nail in the coffin that of a lot of things is that we did not have a remake or a rebirth crossover event, which is weird. I mean, it's not weird if you know things. But if you don't know things, you're like, this seems like a major thing. Why are we not getting crossover? We got it with all these other things. We have not gotten. I will bet you money we won't get a Kingdom Hearts 4 crossover. So yeah, they haven't made good choices lately. I don't think there's anything about Disney's decision making that would affect the existence of Kingdom Hearts in 14 now or compared to 10 years ago. Not in the slightest.
Asking after the High Luminary as well are you? I know not where to find him, but I do hope you have the opportunity to speak together. He is a great man with a deep reverence for our traditions. The glyphs we carve for one. He affords them as much value as any treasure we possess. They are records of our lives lived. Your arrival, too. I will etch into the stone that story of our meeting. that story of our meeting may endure for untold turning of the suns. You are curious about our ways, then I bid you visit Proof to the northwest of here. It is one of our grave sites.
Note that Nomura has been brought up, and I'm not saying anything. No. Lil, I appreciate your not reticence, but your not resolve. I don't even know what word I'm looking for. Discretion. But if you would like to explain to people why there's a good chance that many things that are associated with Nomura won't get a crossover, I would appreciate it. That said, maybe tone it to like 80% of the scorn. People be tempting me though. You know, maybe just a little bit more facts, a little, a little facts, a little less scorn. You know, it's bad when Disney is not as bad as Nomura being protecting of their characters. Yeah. First things first, was anyone able to coax forth a definite location from the High Luminary? As expected. What then of clues of other hints that might point us in the right direction? I heard that in addition to his usual duties, Gurfurlur is also charged with keeping the graves. As did I. The Yokui sepulchres appear to hold a special significance in their culture. But would it be appropriate for us outsiders to enter into their burial grounds? Actually, I was invited to. Proof, you say, and he encouraged you to visit this place yourself. Then let's go and take a look. Even if we don't find Gurfurlur there, it will give us a chance to learn more about the Yokui. The grave sites is somewhere northwest of here. Well, we can leave from that side of the village for a start, shall we? I only say what I said because of the Final Fantasy characters in Kingdom Hearts, therefore thinking 14 in Kingdom is more likely than Kingdom Hearts in 14. That's true, but I would point out a couple things. One of which is that the majority of Final Fantasy characters that showed up in Kingdom Hearts were all characters. Actually, I think almost every Kingdom Hearts character that shows up or every Final Fantasy character that shows up in Kingdom Hearts was designed or at least concept arted at some point in the process by Nomura. Because Squall was Final Fantasy VII gang, Tidus has concept art by him, Yuna has concept art by him. Or at least character art. At least the character icons are. So Riku and Pain. Zack. I can't think of any Kingdom Hearts characters that weren't, at least in some process, major pieces of art involved with that character wasn't done by yeah, Kingdom Hearts 3D as Twiwi. Yeah, but you know something about Twiwi? Gaia concept. Yes, yeah. Gaia from 14 was her concept art was done by Nomura. FF characters in Kingdom Hearts are Nomura only. Yeah, I was just about to say I hadn't even thought about that, but literally, Selphie, Waka, there is no character in Kingdom Hearts that is not a Nomura Kingdom character. Actually, with that in mind, it's kind of, and I'm sure you have Leon something to say to this, but it's kind of surprising that we never got why am I forgetting her name? The Brebeshian, Freya. I know what you're gonna say about it, but. Gaia was designed by Nomura. Yep. I think it'd be hilarious to have Hades indirectly in 14. A lot of Disney villains are funny heroes too. I remember Jack Sparrow made Luxord fall overboard by. Look, what is gained by having Disney characters in 14, and what is lost? That explains so much. Yeah. Because Nomura didn't actually design Freya, just claims credit for it. Yeah. I'm just surprised that. So my question is who is stopping him? Anyways. The others have gone ahead to the Proof following the trail west. There are sharp drops everywhere, so we're all moving at our own pace. Some of us are not built for craggy terrain. I thought to get my bearings from up here first so I don't stumble off a cliff. Why don't you try catching up with Aaronville? He should be able to point you in the right direction. Where was it that he claimed that, Lil, exactly? Didn't know about the Nomura thing. Yeah. To be fair, Des, I like Kingdom Hearts for a while, and a lot of this Nomura stuff I hadn't even really put 2 and 2 together. I even knew about the Nomura stuff, and I hadn't even realized that about Kingdom Hearts until just now.
He doesn't like conversation around what he actually earned the credit for versus what he claimed for because people start looking into things. Okay, well, but aside from casting that at him, can I get like I just want to like, can I read something where he's made the statement? It's not mountain climbing, but these steep slopes are exhausting enough. Pros. Talking kinda duck in 14. Cons, not so much. Okay, look. If Donald Duck uses Zeta Flare in Final Fantasy XIV, which means that he puts him on the power org chart of Bahamut, I'm in. Zeta Flare should be a black mage ability in the next expansion. No. I think Zeta Flare, I feel like, should be kept sacred. No more is like an Ascent, but instead of having a grand plan, he pretends to have one and makes it up as he goes along. Take a look at this crater. There's no wood, no trees, not even dried grass, and yet the ground still burns. This must be one of the scars left by Valigarmanda's rampage, as told by the saga. The Skyruin's fires are described as eternal, flames that can be quenched by neither storm nor time. And here I thought it a literary embellishment. But now I've lost sight of Wukulmat. Proof is not with northwest along the road, so hopefully she's heading the right way. I want to point out, I think a lot of people have not been paying attention to this. Pay attention to these craters and to Valigarmanda's ice and the claw marks on the side of the hills and to the lightning that we're going to later see at the lightning aether at the foot of Worgor Lador, or Worgor Zormor, sorry. That is important. It is actually our first representation, at least in Dawn Trail, of living aether consuming magics. Or at least living magics brought in living aether. Off the top of my head, his name is on the model sheet art for Freya and the Remeshians. Okay, because he did actually do the model sheet. Cool. And the FF Wiki, yes, I know, credits him as Freya's creator. Okay. Also, the stronger flares are Bahamut, aka summon ability. Yeah. Donald Duck causing the calamity would be honestly a hilarious imagery. Okay, so Infinite, now that you've done the big enough thing for Elio, what's the over-under of like reanimating the ARR intro, but it's Donald Duck? Beyond that, it's been his executive decision to exclude Freya from a number of appearances in other FF game projects over the years. You need to find interviews, get those quotes. Cool. Yeah, maybe we should try to look those up. Honestly, maybe, I'm gonna write this down. Maybe this is a good video. Maybe this is a good movie in the future, talking about why certain things might or might not show up. Nomura and his BS video. Cool. These have the look of homes rather than graves, but it would seem long years have passed since anyone resided there. Fire, Ice, and Lightning. The Valley Girl is a black mage. Would Goofy be a powerful paladin? No. Because he would be kind of like, Livia, not Livia. Someone help me. Livia's sister. Heaven's Word. My brain keeps saying Juliana, but that's not. Lucia. Okay, it is Lucia. Okay, cool. Lucia, kind of like how she casts magic, is that instead of using actual cure, she's throwing a potion. That's what Goofy would do. Although, admittedly, Goofy rocketing around would be pretty hilarious. Beyond that, the difficulties is always that the people will still work for Square, or did when they gave the statement, do it very diplomatically for professional reasons. On top of that, you have the, like, professional decorum on top of the Japanese politeness culture. And only people who are out of Square by the time they gave the statement give them straight, but they have the potential bias at that point. Yeah, right. So it's hard to actually glean what exactly is going on. But thanks for at least explaining. I was trying to figure out, like, okay, what exactly is the core crux of his claim? It's that he at least did the character sheet. Answers, but Louis Sois stops a damn duck. Okay, hear me out. Answers, but Louis Sois is a damn duck. It's fucking Donald, but he uses Zeta Flare right back at Bahamut and actually destroys him. Okay, now I'm just imagining cutting the Kingdom Hearts 3 shot together of, like, so Bahamut, like, does Zeta Flare, and then you show them go, Donald, no! And then Zeta Flare! And then it cuts to the part where Louisoix like bursts through Bahamut's chest, but you don't see Louisoix, you just see the energy blast. He's the duck mech. Deltarune. Donald uses Limit Break Fry. If he doesn't care, he just can. Ah, you've come.
Wuglamat wins again. Looks like everyone is here now. So, greetings, friend. Are you Gurfurlur?
No, I am not. The High Luminary did, however, task me with providing a lesson on sepulchres to those who would come in search of them.
Oh, so we're meant to find our way here after all. Are you to tell us who was buried here?
No one is buried here in a sense you mean. When a body has served its purpose, we consign it to the flames, then scatter its ashes across the peak. Moreover, we do not conceive of death as others do. For us, a person does not die when the heart ceases to beat, but only when you are no longer born in the hearts of all who know them. This is why we build our sepulchres before age or mishap claims us, that we might etch ourselves into the living chronicle for all eternity. This grave belongs to a good friend. His mortal vessel ended its journey some years ago, but he lives within me, even now. Up there stands my own sepulchre. As long as it exists, so too will I. I will endure in the hearts of those who read my grave's glyphs, in the same manner my friend does in mine.
Has it always been thus for your people, this conception of existence and death?
Continue along this path to the indelible passage. Behold the history upon its walls, and you will find the answers you seek. Your question.
Then that's what we'll do. Your traditions are fascinating, and I'd love to know more.
I was about to say, I can see that the eyes have been toned down, yeah. I thank you for allowing me to share them, for in doing so, I will remain in your hearts also. It used to be, if you looked at their eyes, they basically just looked like glass orbs, frankly, because of how reflective they are. But if you look at them now, like, they're still really reflective. But they look like actually like eyes rather than glass orbs. Cut to the blast going through Horseshoe. Oh, god damn it, Des. Destroy Bahamut himself and actually all of Eorzean. By the way, you can see in close-up they've toned down the reflections for the eyes. Of course he's not Gurfurlur. He's not that menacing. Yeah. It's still pretty intense because it's such a large model to apply the reflection shader to, but it's toned down quite a bit. Did that improve the resources? Did that improve some of the GPU draw? I'm sitting at 71. Cool, okay. So I'm doing fine. Oh, hugely? Yeah, okay. I haven't really checked in to see how much better any of the Dawn Trail zones are running. But it is weird that, like, even though they seem to be running better, obviously there have still been some problems, like with that, what we saw with the Cosmic. Oh, you know what? We should go, when we get a second, let's go check, when we need to go back to Warlord's Echo, let's go back and check to see if the geometry's been fixed in 7.11. Any of y'all remember when we had a lore book club where we talked just basically about these images that we saw in that we got when some people were walking through here in the... Am I crazy? Can someone fact check me? Can someone pull up an old picture of this? Did the colors for this get way more vibrant? No, it's not my NVIDIA shaders. I swear to God, I don't remember the blue being that bright. Speaking of, we have a lore book club every Friday. Come join us at discord.gg/Eorzean archives.
To not only be remembered, but to live on inside the hearts of others. If it's possible, then grandfather surely lives on inside of mine. It is a comforting thought.
Honestly, I find how the Yokui see life is beautiful, and I find deep comfort in that. The scene lighting was changed, and that's probably affecting it? Okay.
I get the feeling they were expecting us. Look at these splendid murals. They appear to depict 4 different scenes.
I've never spoken with a Yokui before, and had no idea they had such philosophy on life and death. To be fair, Laffy, they still do mean a lot. They're just slightly different. We were right about some of it.
A fellow we met at Proof suggested that we come here.
Yes, the High Luminary commanded that I watch for your arrival. As the chroniclers of our people, it has ever been my family's duty to pass on the teachings of the murals from generation to generation.
They really are magnificent, and together they tell the tale of your people's history?
They are events which shaped us. I would share them with you ere you continue on your way.
Please, we would love to hear all about them.
Then I will begin. The first mural depicts a time more than 1100 years ago, an age of great prosperity for the Yokui. Blessed with size and strength unmatched by other peoples, our ancestors marched forth and brought much of Yak Tural under their dominion. Then, when all before them had been conquered, they turned their gaze northward, seeking to expand their territory and power. Here we see the expedition to Yak Tural. Unable to cross the strait by ship, our forefathers set the buildings to building a bridge to the northern lands, a grand labor which consumed the great part of a century. Zorgor! Zorgor the Boundless! Zorgor the Boundless. We still make use of that bridge in Tuliolal for travel. I can't imagine...
Oh, Zorgor
the Boundless!
We still make use of that bridge in Tuliolal for travel. I can't imagine the patience and dedication it took to complete that work of that scale, but I've never heard of any Yokui living in Yak Tural. What happened to the ones who went north?
Look upon this next mural, and behold the answer.
The scene suggests that many giants perished all at once. What manner of enemy could have repelled their invasion?
A foe untamed and unseen. When the expedition pushed forth into Yak Tural those 1,000 years ago, its soldiers were felled by disease.
Some terrible illness?
No virulent plague or newly arisen blight for the local Tonawatan and Shitona. It was but a mild affliction of the sort that comes with the turning of the seasons. What manifested for them as slight fevers and coughs, however, proved deadly to our people. I do kind of love the inversion of the history. Rather than the natives destroyed by the plague, the invaders are destroyed by the plague. I mean, to be fair, not that a lot of the well, there's also really interesting quandaries as to why that happened, why there wasn't an American plague that affected a lot of the people, the conquistadors and others who visited. One of the common forms of guess for why that happened was actually rooted in the fact that there weren't a lot of domesticated animals as much there wasn't as much animal domestication. And so you didn't have the pathogens that then the viruses and plagues that spread from people to TGP Gray has he has a video adapted from, I believe, Gun, Germs, and Steel about it. Yep. Out of every 10 Yokui who joined the Northern Campaign, 9 succumbed to the infection. Those who survived continue to suffer, finding it difficult to sire offspring.
I've heard of this before. Lacking an inherited resistance, visitors to distant lands can fall deathly ill to disease. A local might shrug off. These events might also have given rise to the practice of cremation rather than the burial of mortal remains.
This final mural depicts their return to our grieving brethren to Urkopacha. The reason they first left, when they've had fought so long and pushed so far, was to ensure peace for our homeland. Undertaking began in ancient times, when our forebearers learned that they shared the continent with people unlike to us in appearance or custom. They feared evasion was inevitable. Rather than meekly await their fate, they decided to strike the first blow. Yet as they fought on and on, the old idea of peace drifted further and further away. Only after the disaster in Yak Tural and their withdrawal to the mountains did they come to understand. The peace we envisioned has been ours for taking for all along. It was here, in the place which birthed us. Here, in the stones upon which we recorded our days. Here, in this tranquil life we had traded for conquest and conflict.
Everything about the Okui and what is established here is beautiful because it is relevant to this core story, to the fight for leadership, who should rule, who should be upon the Golden Throne. It tells you something about the conflict, the way of Zoralj's approaching things, and all of that is true while it all being extreme setup for the back half. It's really efficient. Like, the thing is actually Dawn Trail is quite efficient in its storytelling in that everything is serving a dual purpose. Maybe not everything, but the vast majority. When you do nothing but fight, it can blind you to what's right before your eyes.
And so we return to the present. I trust you find the brief history of our people enlightening.
I'm always glad to learn about my fellow Turali. Have you lived here? How you've lived until now, and how you wish to live from now on?
Then I believe you are ready to proceed. The High Luminary bids you meet him upon the summit of Worgor Zormor.
I had a feeling we'd end up scaling that big old mountain. Well, it's a feat worthy of the name.
Follow the trail south of here to begin your ascent, but be wary. Beyond the entryway, the mountainside is home to ferocious beasts, both mundane and otherwise.
We'll keep that in mind. Thank you for your warning and the lesson. Finally, we know where we're going. To the top of Worgor Zormor.
First Irish Wuklamat, now Yok Lukamat. What type of Lamat we ask him for next? Wuklamat is just one of those mimic types that picks up accents quickly, yeah. I vote for Namazu Gabi Wuklamat. I'd argue that first half of Dawn Trail did this quite well. I'd argue that the first half did quite well. I think that the problem is that the second half relies on you paying very close attention to how the first half is setting up the second half. Yeah, the back half did a very good job of it too. I agree. A lot of it just isn't as immediate to what follows. It's set up for further out, yeah. I will also say, kind of as a microcosm of what I've been talking about with Bukul Jaja, I think that it's not an issue. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's actually a good thing. But the degree to which it is setting things up in the future are things that you may not necessarily intuit or like ingrain in your brain. Like, for instance, the Okui having their like, oh, that's cool. We're learning about the Okui culture. They act this way. Cool. But like, it is the Yokui and their practice of how they deal with the dead is everything for going into Alexandria. You know, look up troll names in 11 if you have the time. Ooh, I definitely will. So many different accents. Wuklamat Mercer. Time to face Gurfurlur the menacing. Yeah.
If I had known we'd been climbing Worgor Zormor, I might not have raced up and down all those trails. My feet are killing me. This thin air is going to be the death of me. Well, how long have you been standing there? I was just taking in the scenery, that is all. Come on, we don't want to fall too far behind Alfino and the others. It also puts me in mind, I've been reading a lot of Tolkien and watching a lot of Rings of Power lately, and also of the Tolkien professor, listening to some of the Tolkien professor. And one of the points he talks conversation about this, but like between choosing something that I really enjoyed one time and then the further times it kind of means less, and it's like, oh yeah, the first time was really entertaining, but after that it's you know, versus something where my appreciation for it grows each time stronger and stronger, and the depth of how certain things are being done. I would much always choose that type of, I would choose the latter rather than the former. I would much rather a work that every time I engage with it, my appreciation for it deepens, rather than just it was amazing the first time. I mean, not in a perfect world, you wouldn't have to choose between the two, right? But I mean, that's how I feel about Final Fantasy X. Like, I don't love Final Fantasy X just because I was like, because it was formative. I love Final Fantasy X because I come back to it every 5 years, and my appreciation for it deepens for the things I find beautiful about it at different points in my life. Yeah. Is my internet being famously bad, or did the stream just buffer a few times? Let me check on my end if it's me. If you are lagging, it is YouTube, not me. Just a heads up. But we'll sit here for a second. I will turn on MSI. I will turn on my fan at least. Also, I just turned down my mic a little bit, so let me know if the audio's not doing great. Seems fine now. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I think it's just breathing. Yeah, so I double checked also yesterday. Any issues you were having yesterday where it was the YouTube side, it was not on my side. My streams have actually been really healthy, which has been rad. You know what? I'm gonna try turning Jason's up. Oh, you know, wow, I'm already blue. Blue dabba dee dabba die. Okay. Let me continue back. Sounds like a YouTube problem. Did all the Yokui have a deep raspy voice? I mean, how would I have an answer to that, ACA? I mean, like, we could speculate, but like, other than them being voiced, you know, having a deep voice based off of their size, I would assume so. I mean, generally, not that there's a one-to-one always, obviously, but there is a correlation between the size of its things and the deepness of its voice, right? It's also from a relative standpoint, right? A giant, if you were all giants, what constitutes as deep would be different. But yeah, from our perspective, yeah. Sample size of like 3, yeah, exactly. I was born in Worgor. I did not see Tural until I was a man. I cast a rejuvenating spell on Huklamat. Even our indomitable third promise is feeling the strain of these slopes. I fear I won't be of much use to you as a guide past this point. Even in Tural, there's precious little written about the sacred peak worker Zormor. Beyond whimsical poetry, that is. Okay, who else desperately wants Erenville to get, like, a ranged combat job for 8.0? The true size of the mountain is never more apparent than when you're standing right at its foot. I hope we come across Bakul Jaja on our way to the summit. We still owe him for the trouble he caused in Kozumaoka. Boomerang? Yeah, just make him Songo from Inuyasha. You remember how the chronicler was saying that the more they fought, the further away they moved from their idea of peace. It occurs to me that Zoralja is attempting the feat of proof, and he will have heard that same lesson. I can only hope that it's made him reconsider his own stance on educating people through war. I do have an I don't think there's a snowball's chance in hell that he isn't a continued part of the story. But we'll talk about that as we get towards the later part of 7.0.
God, that is one tall mountain. And we're supposed to climb it?
He's speaking the old Yokhui tongue. The words are difficult to catch.
Though your words are crude
Hey,
and
Thancred.
cumbersome, I use them for your benefit. You are a claimant in this right of succession.
That's right.
Then, if you die, Tuliyola loses a potential ruler.
That's a dark thing to say, friend. I get the feeling you don't share the opinions of the other Yokhui we've met.
We do not grovel before Gulul, Jaja, like those shameless lapdogs. My brethren and I are conquerors, and we will restore our people to their rightful place as Tural's overlords.
The giants have their own factions too, it seems.
You think your kin weak for showing deference to my father, but they do not follow the man. It is his peace they respect, a peace they always wanted, which they realized could be had right here.
Justifications of the craven. They turn their gaze from our ancestors, from the dream we kept alive for 1,000 years and more. They are unworthy of bearing our legacy. I will reclaim the glory of our people. And our ascension begins with the death of the third promise.
Stop! I don't want to fight you!
Then die on your knees. Opportunistic vermin seek to feast on us, do you? Get down here! Your neck will be the first I snap this day!
That's right.
You okay?
Why do you help us?
I didn't put much thought into it. My legs were moving before I knew what was happening.
It's right.
I suppose I feared you'd die before we had the chance to get to know each other. Before I could learn more about you.
To what end?
Oh, that's simple. If we're to share the land, it's the best way for us to become friends. How is he?
He'll live. Not quite ready to walk under his own strength, however.
If you could stay and tend to him, the rest of us will continue on to Worgor Zormor.
Understood. Be careful up there.
This changes nothing. We will not forsake our conquest.
As you like. You want to kill me, you're welcome to try. But right now, you might want to worry about your comrade.
On a mountain of that size, there are bound to be creatures even I've never heard of. I'll trust you to lead the way.
Then we climb. Gurfurlur is waiting.
Ooh, that's a good shot. Too crystally to be good, but then I realized that I was talking to Worker Zormor, now accessible. Okay, V, you got our party? Sweet. As I've said before, I am no fighter. I'll follow from a distance and keep well out of your way. Okay, just 1 second. I want to check something real quick. Quests. We'll get going in a second here. I'll post a ready check. Okay, we're at Worker's Door, so almost to Worker's Door. We're at, oh my god, we're only at 5. Okay. Cool, so we'll do quests, and then we'll maybe start Yak Tural. Depending on time, we will maybe go to Ikbrash, but then stop there. Oh, I'm on Viper. Let me toss him some food. Let's. Girlmanda has undertaken the feat of proof, a challenge which has you seeking the whereabouts of the Elector, High Luminary Gurfurlur. The search immerses you in the culture and history of the Okui, and ultimately leads your party to the foot of the sacred peaks, Worgor Zormor. The Elector you are told awaits you at its summit, but simply scaling the soaring mountain and surviving the mountain's denizens will be a feat in and of itself. Let's go! Gurfurlur, the menacing, is waiting. Yes, true. It's true, Debbie, you're right. Oh, I love this. It's funny because I was wrong about the purple lightning crystals being relevant because of they didn't use it for that, but they used it. But it's just actually supposed to be from the energies from Valigarmanda. It is technically corruptions, though. Hey, Levy's playing on Paladin. Hell yeah. Tank stance. Tank stance. At least it wasn't me this time. Once we're down to one like that, you can definitely go ahead and run ahead, Laffy. I don't know if you can hear me. So this is what it's like to run a dungeon without using mitigation. I'm kind of sad. I really loved the version with the Hrothgals where you could hear the where they combined its smile with the beginning of this, where it started with this and then it went to the ba-na-na-na, ba-na-na-na-na-na. Boss one is so cute. I wish they made a stuffed animal of it. I definitely would put it on the shelf.
Travelers on the mountain, how delightful! Do stay and play a while. Come to me, Snowkin, join the fun! Wait now for it! Now freeze! Come to me, Snowkin, large and small. Oh, have a nice day. Oop. Sorry, Laffy.
Toto. Seems I have been toying too much with my prey. Ah, that was unintended. You'll have to find another path. Think of it as an added test to your resourcefulness. A test of your reflexes, if you will.
Yeah, we got the trial coming up not too long after this, so if you want to join in, talk to V. That's a cool mechanic. Thanks. I appreciate that I'm having to focus a little bit more because I don't actually know Viper really well. Combined with the different mechanics actually requiring focus. I love it. Oh, we don't have a range, so we... Wow, I'll just say Wind Break for Gurfurlur. I didn't realize I was standing in something. Friendly reminder, you can use your low blow, your leg sweep in order to help out your tank and decrease the amount of damage being done to them. Just a zippy dip. Don't forget to use your feints. Look, honestly, if I can tell you the one thing that makes players go from decent to good players, it is just literally using feints, reprisals, and addles. All my healer and tank players in the chat, rise up. Oh, I'm assuming you want that, Laffy. Go ahead and take that. Okay, I gotta go on Icy Veins or the Balance or something and like sit down and actually. Also, I'm still tweaking like keybinds for Viper for sure. Definitely keep getting them better with each stream. Now it's time for Gurfurlur the Menacing. Dawn's Elector, Gurfurlur.
I am Gurfurlur, Elector of the Dawn Servant. Prepare to be tested.
What a voice.
Prove you are worthy to rule.
Feel the weight of history carved in stone.
Chronicles of air, retell the hunger of roiling waters. Chronicles of air, recount the fury of erupting peaks. I will take the measure of your resolve.
Don't forget to use Mitt.
there a max amount of these guys you can get?
Spirit of my brethren, your thunder roars!
Sweet, you actually get an actual buff to yourself for each one you get. That's cool.
That you should endure my fury.
Look, if I can endure Byako's fury.
Chronicles of Ed, recall the cruelty of merciless storms.
That's fine. They faint for we have another stack. Let's hit it. Faint. I keep it in bloodbath. This part that sounds a lot like the Final Fantasy X, one of the some of the boss themes. And good job, guys. Clean. They keep buff up. Serpent Ire is your. Yeah, my problem is like doing. I understand it, but what I need to get in is the exact optimal rotation so I can get that in my bones rather than because the problem is it's a priority system if I'm doing it loosely, but I'm sure there's a better way to do it. You can save when you need range attacks, just don't uncap. Yeah, okay. Upon learning the enhanced serpent ability of fifth anguish ability once it surfaces, so you can activate reawaken will open up anguish. Okay. Hey, another. Awesome. Here, want to get a picture in front of Gurfurlur real quick? Well fought. Slash sit. Set. 1, 2, a third E. Oh! It's doing the thing! It's the Raven. They're doing the glitch. So this is a glitch that I get sometimes. I don't know if any of you else have seen that, but V, I have it. I have testament. I have proof that it's real, and I'm not crazy. You see if Lavi got in position. There we go. Sweet. Okay, throwing that over in the Discord. Speaking of, you want to go to my Discord, you can join our Discord, discord.gg/Eorzean archives. Shots and art. Okay. Let's get going. We got some story to get to. And Elio and Co. featuring Gurfurlur the Menacing. You ate too many wind crystals, Raven? Yeah. Cryo system, basically? Yeah. Okay.
Good, claimant. Once more, I name myself Gurfurlur, High Luminary to my people, and chosen elector of the Dawn Servant.
Did they not fix Gurfurlur's eyes? Because they seem way more reflective than the other Yokui.
You are much bigger than the others in the village.
All Yokui were once my equal in size, but ever since we were decimated by disease, it is rare to see a child reach our former stature.
You speak of the contagion which afflicted the Yak Tural expedition. The one recorded in your murals.
It is a chapter of our history that is entangled with the legend of the Golden City.
I've heard that legend originated with the Yokui. Is this true?
With the visions our ancestors had, to be precise. Preceding the campaign into Yak Tural, many were visited by dreams of glittering splendor. They described a paradise that knew neither war nor famine, where people lived lives of eternal happiness. A single dreamer might have been dismissed, but when dozens, if not hundreds, spoke the same, the luminaries became convinced it was divine revelation.
Then the expedition.
Its purpose was to find the City of Gold. Yes, help was marshaled from all the territories under our control.
Holy crap!
Lands
Its
were
eye looks like it's a
scoured
glass
on a
orb.
massive scale.
Ah, little wonder the legend is so similar across Tural. Those involved with the search would have passed the stories down to their children.
Another claimant, I see. I will test your worth, as I have tested those who came before you.
I love how he just fucking like he just sensu beans it. Oh, I will fight as Horalu. Wait, wrong game.
Here and now, I think he means.
Well fought, second promise. For you and your sister's success in performing the feat of proof, you both shall be rewarded.
Yum. Green apple or watermelon? Or lime? I'll let you guys decide. I'm going green apple.
3 to go.
I'm gonna say the pink one's watermelon. Oh god, Raven, what have you done to us?
How glorious it would have been to race thee and thine to the summit. Though mayhap not whilst being hounded by Bakul Jaja and his minions.
Again, that swine shows his disdain for the right.
Strangely, despite his eagerness to antagonize us, he withdrew as soon as we fought back in earnest. I cannot fathom what he was trying to achieve. On a similar note, I'm also curious as to why you chose the peak of Worgor Zormor for the conclusion of this feat. The earlier stages saw us learn the history of the Yokui. Does this location also hold some special meaning for your people?
Yes. It is a place of great significance.
Very attentive.
All these monuments. Is this a burial ground?
Every high luminary before me is enshrined in this earth. Alongside them are the heroes who bravely stood their ground when Valigarmanda brought ruin to Urkopacha 8 decades past.
That explains why there are so many.
Zorolja, I should have known you'd arrive here first.
No, I mean, I think, like, he knows faster than the others did.
How relieved I am to find you in good health.
Zorolja, you bastard! I should end you here and now!
Remember where you are. You will mind your conduct, or you will leave.
Right. Sorry.
I see no reason to delay further. Show me my father's sepulchre.
Papa has a grave?
One of the warriors who fought Valigarmanda. There'll come a time when he's gone. Zorolja is running for the most punchable face in Tural, and it's tight competition.
Upon this monument are inscribed the names of those who sealed away the monstrous Valigarmanda, your fathers included.
Kefkiwa should be on.
Gulul Jaja, Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace.
Look at this one. Kettenram, Navigator of Uncharted Oceans.
Dude, I flipped my shit when they said Kentamran.
The Laminsan explorer. Does this mean he joined Gulul Jaja on his travels?
Kafkiwa, Seeker of the Unknown. How strange to see your name here.
It was unheard of to build living sepulchres for those who were not Yokui, but their great deed demanded recognition.
Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace? Papa really did some amazing things.
He carved his path with martial skill.
Yet it was clever thinking which allowed him to trap Valigarmanda within its own ice magics.
Martial skill and clever thinking. I can't compete with Zorolja's mastery of the Head of Resolve's techniques. And when it comes to knowledge, Kona's the one who most takes after the Head of Reason. Is there anything that I've gotten from Papa? Something I do better than the others?
What else defines your father besides strength and knowledge?
What else defines him? Oh, of course. Papa's love for peace, for his people. That is what he's given me. And I'm fighting to preserve the peaceful Tural he built.
Oh boy.
What in the hells was that?
You must return to Warlar's Echo immediately. Valigarmanda has broken free.
Oh no.
I presume that was about the unholy sound?
Valigarmanda has broken free.
Valigarmanda is free.
We need to get back there. Now!
Containment breach.
How fortuitous. We have been gifted an opportunity to outpace our rivals.
We'll check the if the geometry is fixed after we do this. We're at 5:30. We still got Worgor Lador and a couple quests after that. So let's see. We're at High Luminary. High Luminary's about to finish. Cool. So we've got Echoes of Madness pointing the way. Skyruin, Feet of Eyes, Elioko, they're on the DPS. Sure, must have taken them a while. Green Apple. Plays have significance to your people. Yeah, been tight competition. Gotta love the shit get serious theme. Yeah. When is the first time they used it? I know it's in Shadowbringers. Is it in Stormblood? Or Worgor? I can't remember before Shadowbringers. Called Inner Recess. Oh, yes, I can disband party. Oh, also Infinite, I was gonna ask you yesterday. Where are you at in Dawn Trail? Inner Recess is on the Before Meteor soundtrack, so it's been around since 1.0. Okay, but it's been around a long time. I don't know why I don't remember it from earlier than Shadowbringers then. Yep, just speak to him. I'm at a quest with the objective speak to Ukluma. Okay, that's let's see, 90% of them. Cool. Okay, cool. 0 ways behind us, so you can't jump for the trial. Got it. Yeah, I know you're busy not only with the moderation stuff you've been doing, but also the I know your IRL stuff and your birthday again. Happy birthday! Also, you crazy fool. Good, you're back. There's much I would explain, but by the time I arrived to investigate it, a sudden surge in the aether. There was already fallen giants everywhere.
Right now, everyone is preoccupied with treating the wounded. Pray, catch your breath and then lend a hand where you can. When did I must have missed it. When did Alphino say he was gonna stay here? He does right before the dungeon. I must have, just because I was like doing voices and stuff, I must have just left for that when there was voice. I don't know what. Oh, because he was healing the Okui. Right, yes, okay, duh. If you are ready, there are many injured here who need aid. Should you find anyone passed out from their wounds, I ask that you alert them to me. Otherwise, I shall be tending to whomever requires the most urgent healing. We can gather here once we've seen to the people's hurts. So who's the healer in that then? Is it Kryle, if you need a healer?
You, third promise, protector. Everything was bright red. A searing heat enveloped my entire body. I couldn't move.
I gotta fix my posture, man. I'm like filling up like only half the screen. Green Alley say. Is it really Green Alley say? I say heals as a red mage. Wow. With Vermedica too. Green red mage. So Christmas mage.
Everything burns. The touch of cloth is agony. Yet I will live. Leave me. There are others in more dire need.
You get red Sage, Alphino. See, but I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. I can understand Sage as a DPS much more than I can red mage as a healer. That's stupid because they have Verraise and Vercure, but like... Yeah, it's true. Wow.
Serious, but this dryness in my throat, it's as if all the moisture has left my body.
Wuklamot does DPS sometimes too. I guess also tanks being DPS just makes more, like, if you told me Thancred was a DPS for some fights, I'd be like, yeah, I buy it. Honestly, if Alice can be a healer, one of the things that was making me think earlier that Erenville could be a class in the future was just the fact that they need to make sure they always have enough science and people to fill duty support roles. He's always yeah, not wrong. I've done all I can for now. The injured you found were awake and alert then? That as well. Look, you know, Infinite, that is a really fair point. That Red Mage descended just as much from White Mage as it did Black Mage. You're right. We've left the injured as comfortable as we could. Many were suffering from burns to a greater or lesser degree. Did a fire sweep through the village? The details are unclear. Once I'd healed the giant attacked by the mountain bird, the group's leader, Vorporlor, I believe they called him, bade me depart. It was then that I felt an intense wave of ether and returned to find Woolor's echo in this state. I rushed over to the first giant I saw, though delirious with pain. He repeated the same warning. Valigarmanda had broken free, and thus did I contact you with all haste. Well, we're going to need more information than that before we can deal with the situation. Yes, we should speak with the temple guard to see what's become of the Skyruin's prison. What determines if I hold it? Why is it sometimes when I take it out, it's in dual stance and sometimes it's only in single stance? What determines the difference? Is it whatever the last combo I did was? It remembers the last one you were on. Okay. I would be glad to learn that this was all some misunderstanding. A futile hope by the looks of things. Whatever answers await us is inside the temple. They did say the prison was beginning to fail, but I felt certain it would hold another few years at least. Was I mistaken? The High Luminary will have returned by now. Hopefully he's found out more than we have. We need to find out exactly what is going on.
The High Luminary grants you entry and awaits you within.
What happened?
So it's true. The ice has failed.
Zormor, tell them what you told me.
A short while ago, a claimant paid us a visit.
Echo!
Who enters this hallowed hall? Ah, a claimant.
Oh. And here we have the mighty Valigarmanda.
A terrifying Vitral. With every awakening, it has seared its ruinous name into the memories of a new generation.
What a good little terror. You've stayed napping right up until the day I needed you.
Explain yourself.
It is as they say. Gurfurlur Jaja caused its magic to run rampant, trapping it in a frozen prison of its own creation. Clever. Clever. To unmake it would be quite tricky. 2 spells must be cast at the exact same moment. A conflagration intense enough to melt the ice, and awakening flame to rekindle the slumbering Vitral's soul. The only ones capable of such harmonious execution would be the heads of reason and resolve. And the blessed siblings, Bakul Jaja.
You mustn't!
But I already have. Rise and rage, little terror.
Dude, with the limitations they're working with, making that melting effect actually was pretty impressive for them. One more spot left for the trial if anybody wants in.
Utter madness. Why have you done this?
For the throne, of course.
You unleash calamity for your own gain? Have you any idea how many may die?
Wreak havoc, Valigarmanda. Live up to your legend.
Is it not working? Basically, a specific animation switching the meta flags on your weapons. Okay, so the flag doesn't get reset, so that's why it sticks around for whenever last time you use it.
A messenger to Tule has been dispatched. The Landsguard will send a contingent, I am sure. But there is no telling when they will arrive.
That idiot! This monstrous act is a step too far, even for him.
So, what's the plan?
If we leave the withdrawal to others, it will be a massacre. Some might call it the wiser choice, if I don't want to fall behind the competition. But I could never live with myself. And my supporters deserve a better ruler. So that's that. I will stay and fight Valigarmanda. This is an enemy so powerful that even my father failed to slay it. Alone, I don't stand a chance. I understand you've no obligation to aid me outside the right of succession. But for the sake of Urkopacha and its people, I beg you, join me in this battle.
To be honest, this is the kind of challenge I live for.
Drawn to the chaos. You're as bad as Papa. Don't worry. The Skyruin should prove a big enough challenge for all of us.
Far be it from us to abandon a dear comrade in her time of need.
Dear comrades now, eh? I have to say, it does have a comforting ring to it. Knowing someone has your back makes it easier to do what you have to do.
And what will we do?
One committed to winning the contest above all else would race on ahead.
If you're resolved to slay Valigarmanda, we'll need to find out where the beast went.
That's what we have you for, old friend.
The V-pose resets the flag. Okay. There is a line coming up from Aramville that we should look out for.
Inform the Bello of the danger. They may need to flee to lower ground.
And I said I would take on the duties of a guide. That did not include the tracking of an ancient and terrible Tural Vidral. Still, we can't leave Valigarmanda to free to ravage the land. Should the claimants reckless enough to free the Skyruin and become Dawn Servant, what would become of Tuliolao? That fiend Bakul Jaja has rotten through and through. There's nothing blessed about him. Two casters releasing spells of fire at the exact same moment. A feat impossible for any but a two-headed Mammalja. So, Erenville, any ideas of how we can track Valigarmanda? The tried and true method of comparing sightings with other signs of passage is the most reliable, but also the most time-consuming. There is a second option, though. Not as reliable as the first, but if we are lucky, it will let us ascertain the Skyruin's whereabouts far more quickly. Though a Tural Vidral of extraordinary nature, Valigarmanda is still a creature of this world. Like you and me, it is thus sustained by corporeal energy, and possesses a unique ethereal balance, which means this device should come in handy. It's so funny that they reused that guy. The fucking point clicker from original Final Fantasies. A floating hand! No, it's not the time to be playing with toys. Yeah, the cursor from classic Final Fantasy. This is not a toy, it's an Aether Seeker. As the name suggests, Gleaners use it to detect the Aether of living beings. And you've had that in your pack this whole time? I can calibrate it to follow a specific ethereal aspect. The problem with Valigarmanda, however, is that it can shift freely between the elements of fire, ice, or lightning. Well, we know that in order to awaken Valigarmanda from its icy prison, the Cool Jajas cast spells which quickened its fire-aspected aether, and the residents here were uniformly affected by burns. Therefore, the logical conclusion is that upon breaking free, Valigarmanda unleashed a great fiery blast. Then the choice is plain: fire. The Seeker, however, is not without its faults. As we were not able to input our quarry's unique etheric signature in advance, the device will respond to any living source of fire-aspected aether. So we have the reliable yet slow method of information gathering, versus the potentially swift but easily misled Gleaner tool. I say why not pursue both methods at the same time. Good idea. We have first to fall back on if the second fails. You travel with me then, Elio, in case the Seeker leads me to some other fiery fiend. The rest of us can stay behind and talk to the eyewitnesses. The more Skyruin sightings we can compare, the more accurate information will be. If no one has any objections, I shall remain here in the village and tend to the Okui. Very few are seriously injured, but I am wary of wounds inflicted by a creature like Valigarmanda. I should like to be close at hand should their conditions suddenly worsen. Right, it sounds like we'll all have work to do. The glove per the minion's description is based off of Oshan's white gloves. Oh, that's interesting. We should be on our way as well. Pointing the way. Okay, we still have room for one more person if anybody would like to join us. We'll head out to the outskirts of the village first, and then set the detector to detect fire-aspected aether. Room for one more person for the trial. Sword set to detect ethereal aspect fire. Right then, the Seeker is ready to go to Warlord's Echo. His ready to go. Warlord's echo is still suffused with the Skyruin's residual aether, so I'm excluded it from the search area to prevent it from swamping the sensors. Let's begin tracking, shall we? Affirmative, tracking nearest source of fire, expected aether. Source of fire, aspected aether, they're located, tracking, disengaged. Not quite the legendary creature we are after. I will pass you back lead in a second, V. Would you mind dealing with that fire spirit? It will continue to confuse the Seeker if we let it be. Oh, right, now I have the actual finisher. Ooh, that finisher is fun! A necessary measure, I'm afraid. Let's try this again. Affirmative, tracking nearest source of fire, expected ether. You must construct additional pylon. Source of fire, expected aether, located, tracking, disengaged. Frightening enough, but again, not what we are looking for. It is a soul cannon. Should be, what are they called? The classification is should be. No, there's an enemy. There's just some enemy listed. Where's the Phobos? Where's the Phobos listed as? Not Beast, obviously. Not Wave, not Sea. Cloudkin, Skeleton? No. Forgekin, obviously not Forgekin. Ashkin, no. Soulkin, no. That's weird that they're not listed. Ah, here, no, they are. There's just a second page specifically for Soulkin. Phobad. Phobads are a type of golem that occur naturally in areas rich in salt crystals, such as Lockstell and other similar bodies of water. In folklore, Phobads are said to have been people who... Yeah, so they're basically just elementals. Yeah, like Igloo is an ice version of that. Yeah, Huasi. So this is a flaming Huasi. The Huasi share much in common with their close cousins, the Phobads, including the location of their controlling cores behind their eyes, which set the Huasi apart, however, is the prodigious strength afforded the golems by anatomy of Solid Stone. So either it's been affected by the fire of Valigarmanda over the past 80 years, or he's made from magma stone. Either way, he's just basically a Huasi that's fire aspect. Which are very similar to Phobads. And under the category of Soulkin. If you would be so kind.
I just imagine that Elio told him all of that right before he went to go fight it. Look, you guys may not appreciate me, but Erenville will appreciate my lord. He cares for the creatures of this world. God, I want to get to 710 gear, and then I just want to get, like, I want to figure out the highest spell speed I can, or skill speed I can possibly get on a Viper. I know I'm going to clip so bad, but I just want to see how fast I can go. Barrelone. Why, thanks. I'd ask if I'd give you any trouble, but considering who I'm talking to. Seeker, resuming tracking. And do try to point out something useful this time. Affirmative. Resuming tracking. Hi, I'm Chicago. My name is Tito. Okay, but look, who here doesn't believe that someone who is a Vieira main would also be the sort of player who would who if they were existent in the real world would name themselves Disneyland? I don't know, man. I'm not saying all Vieira players got that energy, but I absolutely believe that the player would do that has the energy of a Vieira player. That is all I'm saying. Disney World. Yeah, Disney World. Going to Disney. Source of a fire aspected aether located. Tracking disengaged. These lines are important. These lines are very important, I believe. These are the ones. Another remnant of Valigarmanda's last rampage. The crater's flames registered to the Seeker as corporeal aether. In the words of the Tuliyola saga, when Valigarmanda rages out of control, its fires burn forever, its ice does not thaw, and its lightning crackles without cease. Thus was the Dawn Servant able to turn the Skyruin's perpetual magic against itself, trapping it within an unmelting prison of ice. There is no mundane fire, but some kind of everlasting sorcery. Once again, it is a strange feeling to see fanciful poetry proven true. The important thing is that the fire was classified as living aether. We can feed a sample into the Seeker and greatly improve its accuracy. One moment. This is very important. The fire itself is classified as living aether, which either means it is a byproduct of the energies coming from Valigarmanda or its soul, or that the Vidral may be relevant to creating a lasting form of living aether. I don't think that's what they're getting at. I don't think that that is what their point is, because living aether would still be needed to be consumed, but it is really important that this is the first reference in Dawn Trail, and I believe it might be the first reference in the game specifically to living aether, like specifically made, because when I've used two tools, I can't find one earlier. But this is important, as it is very important setup going into why Valigarmanda's magics are important, special, right? It is magics that feed off of the aether around it to sustain it. That's why it can go live in that the fire was classified as living aether, it can exist in perpetuity. It is effectively almost, it's not a soul, but the fire is made up of the same things souls are made up of. Erenville is technically a Shitona, yeah. What you're saying is Erenville is from Disneyland. I got it. I got you. I mean, to be fair, Shaloni I know is more like Arizona. Or like a Utah or what have you. But if you look, it, where it is, it technically does contain also the West Coast. Also, wait a second. How have I not noticed this before? Yo, V or Liln, can I get one of you to help me? Do you see this background map, how much higher resolution it is? Like, you can actually see the Urkopacha text. It's not, you got the Tulio Lalar. You can see Shaloni. Where is this in the game files? Because this has to be in the game files somewhere, presumably. I mean, I'm sure they export it as a PNG that actually has these filters over it. Yes, Althea, we do need one more. Disney World.
Luna, good to glad to have you. Elio, have you done the side quest in Urkopacha? I have not done all the side quests in Urkopacha. Or I may have, but I don't know if I took notes on all of them. If is there a relevant thing, you should definitely let me know if so. And side quest spoilers are fine, other than role quests. We are going to a kind of Disney World. Okay, that's a fair point. Sample analyzed, recalibrating sensors. There. Now the Seeker should ignore any etheric signature, but Valigarmanda. Had I realized this was possible from the start, then you needn't have fought those creatures at all. My apologies. It seems I still have much to learn from this journey, as a gleaner and as a guide. Sorry, did I realize it was possible to any of these? Oh god, I'm running out of space in my inventory. I've been doing a lot of, oh right, because you guys helped me get here. Fending, place my ball here. Let's place fending. I want to keep maiming, healing, playing, healing, playing. I didn't get any scouting in that, holy moly. But I've been doing a lot of gathering to work on a bunch of achievements lately. This time the Seeker should be attracted solely to Valigarmanda's aether. Resuming tracking based on the latest sample. Affirmative. Resuming tracking. Beep. Boop. Sample. Ethereal signature.
Detected. Engaging accelerated pursuit mode.
I have to double check the files again to make sure. I only bother with the full and blank ones for the ones I ripped for you previously. Yeah. Here's the thing, right? Is that if the only version of the file art, right, is this background art exists only in this like highly desaturated map texture thing, it's not as useful, though I could still probably bump up the vibrance and saturation to get a decent representation of what it once was. But yeah, exactly, laughing. Arizona has one amusement park, though a metal one is being built, and another day, and some dude climbed out for a moving ride. Utah's park is awesome. I hate that the kind of Disney World design, horrible placement of everything, it makes Six Flags layout looks good. See, I love Disney World's design. I love being lost in it. I love that you can like actually exist in like a world and it like obfuscates the surrounding world. But maybe that's just me. Yeah, Luna, definitely, if there's something going on in the side quest that refers to living Aether or reference, please pass it along. They definitely did the Urkopacha side quest on Lend. Yeah. Aaronville. Good, the Seeker was drawn directly to the Skyruin fire. Now we know we've set the correct parameters for its ethereal aspect. I'll try increasing the threshold for the etheric concentration. That should direct us to the Tural Vitriol itself.
Recalibrating sensors, resuming tracking.
Is that one of you guys? No, it's just someone standing there trying to cool off their chocobo. That's actually genuinely really funny. I poured the full K for a while back, you should still have them. Yeah, you sent me I should definitely check those files. Because I remember you did send me some. Was it, it was the ones for those already? These backgrounds? I don't know why I forgot. I must have them saved. Shows you how much of a sieve my brain can be sometimes. The big map is part of a special edition as a large mouse pad, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it was. Speaking of parks, I'm going to the Epic Universe when it opens the world. So the park looking great. You know what I want? You know what I really want? And V, I bet you're with me on this one. I desperately want them to make a Wicked world in Universal now. I want them to make Shiz University in the Emerald City. Because those sets were fire! Also, I want that train I want them to make that train again, and I want to ride it, because that train, I love it so much. It hurts. The only way I could enjoy the Emerald City more is if it was the Sapphire City. Nice Raven logo. For maybe unreasonable, move away from screens and prompt Disney to put in efforts. Des, I haven't known you to be so, like, acerbic or, like, biting. Really you got it out for the Disney parks, don't you? In a longer side quest storyline, a Pelu Pelu merchant gets corrupted crystal from Eorzean. In the culmination quest line between the Pelu Pelu and Yokui alongside quest, he suggests the enemy to... Yes! Okay, I do remember the corrupted crystal. I remember doing that quest. I don't know if I did the final part of it where you've done both. I know I remember the Pelu Pelu getting the corrupted crystal. Change the element of Valigarmanda's fire, destroying the land to earth aspect in Aether instead. Interesting. Okay, I'm looking forward to redoing that and taking notes on it this time. I think we'd noticed if Valigarmanda was inside the passage. Let's head through the other side. Oh man, I was thinking while watching the vid about the sets that I hope they save the sets and make it a theme park out of it. Man, right? Yeah. I mean, that makes sense though. Using corrupted crystals to alter the aspecting of Aether. What's weird about the corrupted crystals is their capacity to do that. Well, what's weird is that the crystals should have a natural inclination towards one of the elements, right? We know that. We know their energy can be converted thanks to Sid's ethereal conversion technology. I'll have to play that corrupted crystal quest line to see what they say exactly. I'm gonna write down what are corrupted crystals. That would be a good short.
The trail ends here, it seems. Could Valigarmanda have shifted its elemental aspect? It does have 3 to choose from, after all. In any case, I'm almost certain the Vitral was headed in the direction of Worgor Lardor. We should let the others know we have a likely location.
We found Valigarmanda. Everyone come join us.
Alphino is assisting the Yokhoi with their evacuation. He thought they could use a healing hand with the injured.
So where is Valigarmanda?
Worgor Lardor. Its stratified layers contain a wealth of crystals, said to be the source of its many-colored glow. After 80 years of imprisonment, the Vitral will be in dire need of sustenance. It would have been drawn to the mountain's energies.
So Valigarmanda seeks to replenish its ether.
Then we'd better not give it the chance.
Stop!
That mountain is sacred ground. I forbid you to set foot on it.
Sorry, it is not our intention to trespass. But you must understand, that's where Valigarmanda has gone. If we don't slay it now, it will slaughter countless innocents. Just like in the old days, I beg you, permit us to enter.
Out of the question. Your band is incapable of defeating Valigarmanda. Either you seek to defile Worgor Lardor, or you are fools.
If you doubt their chances, how would you feel were we to join them? The monument to Valigarmanda's defeat bears the names of 7 heroes. With our forces combined, we also number 7.
Seven weaklings are no less doomed than 4.
Zoralcha, you've come to help as well.
The troll slaying is his
Against
specialty.
my sound advice.
While the rest of you were tussling with this Skyruin, we might have secured an insurmountable lead.
A minor delay. It will not change the contest's outcome. I would take the measure of his Tural withdrawal my father was unable to kill.
With both my brothers here, this battle is all but won.
Your celebration is premature. I never said I would let you pass.
Brother, no! We do not bear arms against our own people!
What an odd thing to say. As I recall, the inhabitants of Chir Worgor Sultan do not consider themselves members of the Tuliolal nation. I'd hardly call them our own people.
What does that matter? Members or not, everyone in Tural is part of our dream for peace. If you would hurt them, then you'll have to go through me.
She saved me from the mountain bird. Now, then, the same eyes. Eyes of stone. Words of stone. We are still in her debt. This is true. Consider the debt repaid. But do not misunderstand. We do not submit to Tuliolan rule.
Aye, you've made your point. We can talk more once the contest is over.
I ask your name.
Wuklamat, protector of peace, and soon-to-be Dawn servant.
Even people with wildly different ideals can find understanding through earnest discussion. I believe that, wholeheartedly.
As do I. I won't give up until we reach a compromise.
Does have to be earnest, though. That's the crux. If it's not earnest discussion,
assuming you survive, my old bones and I will be waiting here for the true heir's return. Your thoughts have always been a mystery to me, brother. But I'm relieved to see you put aside the contest for the sake of the greater good.
Our nation is a fortress, and its people the bricks with which it is built. The more that are lost or broken, the weaker Tuliolal becomes. Even the crudest rock has value as a stepping stone.
Okay, Zeraldra.
Come on, you two. Forget about the right of succession for now, and help me fight this overgrown snake bird.
Does Zeraldra say anything interesting in the trust version? I've never done it.
I don't care how strong the Skyruin may be. We're going to put this menace down for good.
I will say that one downside to the Warrior of Light being backstage is comments like, y'all can take Valigarmanda. You can't take Valigarmanda. It's like, do you know who you're talking to? To be fair, I don't, even if we told him, I don't know if they believe us. Gurfurlur, now accessible.
And to everyone's point about talking about like how we're gonna slap him still if he does, I do. But what I like is that you get Wukelmot getting to be center stage and saying doing her bit, but you also have like, for instance, when Zoralja says something, she's like, "You'll have to go through me." Instead of us being like, "It's about us," we're saying, us just being able to take a step forward and stern face, and us being a bruiser and having a presence and an importance rather than being just the vanguard. But we are like the secret weapon. Yeah, Zoralja says nothing of consequence in the G-Sport version. Okay. Tossing up a ready check. Everyone food up. You and yours have a journey to the edge of existence and back. I'm sure defeating an overgrown snake bird is well within your capabilities. Yet I bid you be cautious all the same. I like that. I appreciate that Erinville's like, look, you've done shit. We know you got this. That vexing dumb servant should ignore my counsel to indulge a whim is vexing. Okay. In the lands of Tural, where the shadows... In the lands of Tural, there's a class of beasts which transcend the limits of the natural order. The Tural Vidral, the mightiest of these, the feared and fearsome Valigarmanda, caused centuries of suffering, until it was last sealed away in the mountainous fastness of Orgopacha by a young ghoul Jaja 80 years ago. However, a foolish claimant in the right of secession has seen fit to release the Skyruin from its icy prison. If you would spare Tural's people a new age of terror, then you must stand with Wukelmot against the flying calamity and its endless elemental fury. Yeah, me too, Laffy. I've been doing the EX for this so much. Yak Tural, Worgor. Tural Vidral, Valigarmanda. Don't forget to eat. Ah, look at all of you with your fixed portraits. Damn, 12 again. I was expecting to do the beak. Dude, the EX for this is so fun. I think it's one of the best, if not the best EX one. Like, I really like Zodiark, but Zodiark's... I think the problem with Zodiark is that you only need one person to know it. I don't like Titania very much, personally. Susano's pretty good. Bismarck is Bismarck, which makes me sad. Or actually, sorry, Bismarck's on the first one. Mitigate when it hits the S. Thok is not. Wait, is there not the proximity? Oh, sweet. so used to Yak. Wait, do you not have to be up? Oh my god. Normal's so much easier. I don't stand in that, I don't stand in that, I don't stand in that. Emit when the bar hits the S. It is kind of sad that they don't have the tank swap, like the mountain towers mechanic in normal in any way. I mean, I get that it'd probably be like challenging, but maybe just get rid of the swap part of it or something. This is actually way more chaotic when you don't have delay parties. Mitigate as late as you can in this. Do it at the T. Well, the second T. Oh, right. I forgot fire comes way later. Let's fucking go! Viper Limit Break 3! Oh, V, you're being the paladin. That's cute. Did I flip it? Oh, I flipped it. Whoops. I got so used to colors.
You're all so clean. Look at you go. Mitigate at the S. For those who don't know why you mitigate at the S, I don't even actually know if you have to worry about it in normal, but you get a dot on that, and if you mitigate before it goes off, you'll protect yourself from the next move, and you'll mitigate to increase the damage for the dot. Great job, everybody! Very good, very nice suit. Mega Ultra Robot Chicken, yeah. No, you passage armed at least once, V. Be great. Oh, interesting. You can actually see. I never actually looked closely at the mountain tips. You can actually see not only. Let's take a picture, but also you can see the crystals in the mountain tips themselves. So you can see. Okay, ice, fire. You see lightning crackling, but I don't really see. Oh, you just see them. It's just the ambient effect on there. Cool. Okay, let's get a picture. Dun, dun, dun. G-pose. Y'all are doing a bunch of animations. Oh, that's fine, actually. That's not too bad. I want to get the, let's see, how do I get, if I want to get the background in there. Actually, no, let's just do actually near field of view. Don't want to hide the Lalafels. I want to get, no. Look, we're near the end of the stream, okay? I can be a little bit choosy about this. We have time. And I want Elliot to have a beam. That's fine. That's fine. Turn that screenshots. Okay. Okay. Good job, everyone. Want to squish? Yeah, actually. Well, if you guys want to real quick here, here, let's all go to like right around here, and if you guys could all squish together. Oh, we lost someone. Oh, it's okay. It looks like we lost a couple. You coming, V? Here, let's all good. Don't forget to /sit to reset your emotes. There we go, that's a lot better. Let's, do we want to pull out and get it tied in? No, let's get real tight in and like get the pretty mountains. I kind of like this off angle. I'm going with that. Yeah, that's better. Cool. Sweet. Laffy, feel free to Photoshop yourself. Good job, everybody. We always do a picture, except we don't, yeah. It's all good, Laffy.
It's dependent on if we have time, basically, is the answer. We don't have time, I don't take him. We have to today.
We slew Valigarmanda. A feat that even the great Gulul Chacha couldn't manage. For you, Papa!
There's no denying it was an impressive achievement, but I wouldn't be so quick to claim we've outdone Father. The Fidral was weakened by decades of imprisonment. Had we faced it in its prime, we wouldn't have fared a fraction as well.
Motherfucker, I'm already on 90, almost on 99 totems of trying.
Can you
of facing
say
it
that?
at its prime.
80 years couldn't have made that much of a difference. Could it?
An entire lifetime wouldn't be that different.
Oh, who am I kidding? Papa's still the best.
Oh, I'm sure you'll surpass him one day.
You're right about that.
Wait for more fights I've got under my belt.
The Skyruin lies dead, and still, I've yet to prove myself the miracle.
Okay.
Well, I suppose we should head back and join Erenville.
We did leave him with only Sarelja for company.
Oh, that's super cute. I saw the photo of all you guys hanging out on the beach. Tuliolal, I love that. That's super cute. Kona did well. Our promises promised too, don't you think? 'Tis fortunate we vanquished the winged calamity ere it could inflict greater suffering upon these lands.
Didn't I tell you? I pull my own weight in battle now. Witnessing Zoralja in battle, I understand why he's widely considered to be Tolial's greatest warrior. I'm still giddy from our victory.
In matter of outdoing our father aside, this was the best outcome we could have hoped for. Never again will our people need fear the looming shadow of the Skyruin. Your proud expression bespeaks a successful hunt. Not that I'm surprised in the least. Zoralja came back earlier, but left almost immediately with Sarelja in tow. He seemed disinclined to share any victory celebrations.
That's nothing unusual for Zoralja. No, it's Bakul Jaja that concerns me. He's probably far ahead now, making the most of the mayhem he caused. Still can't believe he did something so evil just to slow us down. If we hadn't slain Valigarmanda, it wasn't only Urkopacha at risk. There would have been death across the entire continent. I'm more certain than ever that Bakul Jaja cannot be allowed to rule. I have to catch him and take back my keystone.
What was his plan? Because he still needs the keystones from... I guess he could beat us up for them. That probably was his plan, to do what he did for the last one. The Yokui must still be anxious, wondering where and when Valigarmanda will strike next. I suggest we hurry back and allay their fears. Alfie knows as well, I should think.
Yes, you're right. We shouldn't let them worry another moment.
Thanks again, everyone, for joining in. Much appreciated. Also, friendly reminder, we're going to be off tomorrow because, hey, the Archon Throne. We're going to be off tomorrow because that's going to be Thanksgiving. However, we will probably be still doing maps tomorrow. If you'd like to join for that. We may, if there's only a couple people on, we may do something else other than maps, but just in case anybody needs somewhere to be during tomorrow, or if you're one of our non-American friends, which I know there's quite a few of you. Also, Infinite, are you around, or did you have to dip out for your work? I know you had work stuff going on. I see Master Alfino hath made good use of the time to further tend to the wounded. While we were off contending with that screeching menace, I expect Bakul Jaja was off on the next feat too. I missed the chaos of the Skyruin's awakening. I had forgotten we still had the feat of ice to complete.
I thought the villagers would be in hiding. Alfino's confidence in us must have been reassured them.
I expected I would be asked to take many things during the course of the journey, but Valigarmanda was not among them.
Scaling a massive mountain, fighting an elector, battling against a legendary monstrosity. Yes, you could say I am a little tired. Welcome back. Not for a moment did I doubt that you'd return safe and sound.
Thank you, V.
Before we do anything else, we should talk to Gurfurlur.
Anybody else think when the Yokuya talk?
To the temple, then.
Does it remind anyone else of the Jidoon from Doctor Who? Rhinoceros-looking guys?
Won't be necessary. Heroes of the hour. Valigarmanda is no more. Yours is a victory worthy of song.
We had plans for a second feat to be conducted here in town, but the recklessness of your fellow claimant has rendered them pointless.
A second feat?
The feat of ice. You are to fortify Valigarmanda's prison. How shall we proceed, High Luminary?
What more would we test, Zormor? They have defeated the Skyruin and saved the gods know how many lives. If they are not worthy heirs to Kulul Jaja, then no one is. Now that our last claimant has arrived, we can proceed with the formalities. For the skill and bravery the three of you have shown, I award you each a second keystone.
Watermelon. It looked green and red. Yeah, it's red on the back. It's green and red. That is a watermelon keystone. They are flavored. Holy moly. Maybe I need to make some of these.
That makes 5. Only 2 left to collect.
These are literally model of Jolly Ranchers,
Except
and I can't
that one
believe
of those
otherwise.
5 is in Bakul Jaja's thieving hands. He will answer for that. And for losing Valigarmanda.
You have brought lasting tranquility to our home and earned the gratitude of every Yokui. May glory and prosperity continue to bless Tuliolol as we enter this new age.
I love Kona. He sees his sister. He also knows she's great. Because he's wise. The head of reason. His ability to see that is part of his strength.
Was never much of a talker, our brother. If you're up for it, you should visit the capital. I'd like everyone to get to know you and your people better.
I'll consider it if it's one of you two who claims the throne.
Thank you, Infinite.
Then you need only await a missive from Sunperch. I'll be sending out invitations.
I don't think he'd ever admit to it, but I think he already knows that he right person. I mean, he might admit to it.
Today is a day for unusual visitors.
You woke Yamat, was it not? I doubted you could slay Valigarmanda, but the quiet skies proclaim your triumph. Had the Vidral been suffered to roam free, it would have terrorized us all. Once again, we find ourselves in your debt.
You owe us nothing. We fought because we wanted to.
Yet a debt has been incurred. All the same, it will haunt me if I do not repay it.
I wouldn't even know what to ask for.
Perhaps he can tell us about the dreams of the Golden City.
Oh, good idea. That was on my list of questions I wanted to ask.
The Golden Dreams. Yes, we have records of our forebears and their visions from the time before the Yak Tural expedition.
What did your forebears see?
A heavenly land, suffused with a golden glow. Its people lived as gods, never aging, never dying, free from hardship.
Dude, I'm gonna be crying a lot. I'm gonna be crying a lot at the second half of this game.
Every building was a palace, and in their midst reigned a silent goddess, a statue so tall even my kin would need lift their gaze to behold its visage.
A statue of a goddess. That's new.
Aye, and compared to the abstract imagery we'd previously heard, this was a detailed description.
The dreamers were consumed by their visions, compelled to seek out the paradise they'd been shown. They journeyed to Yak Tural, where they died in droves.
I have a thought.
Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. The tales Book Evu shared may have been rooted in historical fact.
Perhaps. Who can know the truth of it? Once our ancestors left the forest, there were no more dreams, nor dreamers.
The forest? What do you mean?
From the very first, the visions were set to visit only those who worked the quarries in Yak Tel. But after they were ravaged by disease and saw fewer newborns, they were forced to abandon that territory. Once our people's withdrawal to Urkopacha was complete, we never again dreamed of the Golden City.
So only Yokhui in that one specific area experienced the visions. Fascinating.
Well, We're headed to Yak Tural next. Maybe we'll find out more when we get there. Thank you for sharing your stories with us.
I do not require gratitude. I merely repaid a debt. Farewell, Wook Lamat. I do not think our paths will cross again.
To start.
I also love that they did the Yokui of the green and red. Like, if you think about it, like they did, the Yokui's they've got the like verdigris armor almost looking. Yeah. Speaks in fringe. Angles, yeah. And so far they haven't crossed again. Yeah, I wonder if we'll see, I honestly wonder if the Allied Society quests are going to be as simple as Yokui, Pelu Pelu, and Moblin. Yes, thank you, Ray Ray. And yes, I definitely will before you let me do it now. I want to thank all the mods, V, Ray Ray, and Infinite for all of your hard work. I'm sorry that you felt the need that you had to remind me on that one. But yes, thank you for all the hard work on the streams, all the hard work that you do in the Discord, and also don't forget to go check out projects like Ray Ray's Final Fantasy XIV Archived. And I will definitely thank again before the end of the stream. A heavenly land was infused with a golden glow. So Yak Tural is where Yokui had the golden dreams. We may soon have the chance to investigate the tale firsthand. With only 2 keystones remaining, we've at last begun to gain a fuller picture of the legend of the Golden City. What a turn of events. We're only meant to strengthen the ice, but Bakul Jaja's idiocy forced us to do one better. I don't think Gurfurlur and his brethren have had a sudden change of heart about Tuliolal, but that doesn't mean they'll never change at all. Today is proof of that. I think it's time we return to Tuliolal. After scaling Tural's tallest mountain and battling the legendary beast to the death, even dauntless heroes like you could probably use a rest. In any case, there are preparations to be made before we can visit the next destination laid out in the saga. The respite would be most welcome. I believe I heard Ford's cabins calling our name. Question, Ray Ray, how long do we have, how many cutscenes do we have before we get to actually get to Igbrash? On a time. I know I have the Promise of Peace quest to finish, and then I should go straight there, but do I have quite a few cutscenes? Oh, also, if any of you are fans of like musicals, I pointed out that Grahatia's voice actor is in one of the leads in the Wicked musical. But also, if you're a fan of Grahatia, maybe just pay attention to some future updates in the store. Someone just wearing pure... Okay, I have a real appreciation for this. Instead of wearing the frog costume, they're just wearing all shining green with a Parago minion. Now that's some class. There's still 2 feats left to go. We want to face them refreshed and ready for action. I won't say no to a clean sheet and a soft pillow. No sooner did we set back foot in Tuliolal than I felt the weight of recent events set in all at once. I'm definitely due for a long nap. I'll take the opportunity to think on some things. Alfino is probably a pretty... I'd have to think about that.
Rest well, everyone. We can meet back here later on. I have a small errand to run in the city, so I'll leave you to recover. Will you be heading back to the palace, Wuklamat? Wuklamat, did you hear me? Lost in her own little world, it seems. Well, no matter. I'll be back soon enough. Sweet. Thanks. An attendant is standing by to unlock your cabin. Enjoy your stay. We're at 46, 8 minutes. Okay, I should basically be able to make it before heading off for the night. Also, Laffy, I know you said you'd be out. Don't feel like you have to come watch. I just like letting people know that there's a place to be if they want to get away from family or if they, you know. Welcome back, Mr. Forgeron. Your cabin is just as you left it, minus a little layer of dust.
You have a moment? There's something I wanted to talk to you about. So,
And thus the fanfiction began. I just imagine people taking this as a writing prompt.
It's just too stuffy in here, that's what. We should go outside. Aye, a nice walk in the fresh air. That's what we need.
Okay. Sounds good. Is it? I mean, I'm glad they voiced it, don't get me wrong, but it's weird sometimes when there are certain scenes that they don't voice and certain other scenes that they do voice. I just like wonder how. I have questions. Sorry to drag you away from your nice, comfortable cabin, but I could feel the walls closing in. Oh, I know I'll take you to one of my favorite places in Tural. That should help me get my thoughts in order. We'll go to the Resplendent Quarter and make our way up from there. They're deciding it with the dice rolls, dude. It's that simple. Like, my supposition has to be that, like, certain cutscenes that are finished, that are actually, like, dynamic cutscenes, must be, like, some are either added or changed later in development, and so if they've already done voices, they, like, can't go back to them. That's my only, like... Because some, they, like, create a fully dynamic cutscene that should be voiced by every rule that they've ever done, and then just aren't. It's like... I feel like that's because you had to actually get everyone scheduled ahead of this being finished or something. But that's my only hypothesis. Shiwa, what are you doing up and about? And is your back feeling better? I'm but chilled now, so don't make a fuss. Besides, I can't be lounging in bed all day. When you're out there fighting your hardest to win the throne, well, I'm going Irish again. You're the claimant with the greatest love for the people. I love this nation of ours, and lending you my support is the least I can do. When I see you smile like that, I know how can I not be encouraged? Oh, there's plenty more who believe in your cause. I can recruit a whole battalion of smiling faces if you think that'll help. Yours alone is more than enough, Peshiwa. And thank you, Third Promise. I shall pray for your success in the contest. Grim Realities, it could have been production budget sacrifice. Oh, absolutely, right. If they were planning it for, there was supposed to be a third round of recordings and they just never got along to it. It would also explain some of the other issues at hand, sure. All those smiling faces. They need a new old lady face? Yeah, they do. Or at least a couple of them. And like, give us multiple age eras. Don't just like, not a binary of like, young, like 25 or like 72, you know? Ah, sorry, Elio. I'm getting distracted. It's just that with the progress we've made in the contest, even these every day's encounters feel that much more special. Do you think we can take our time, maybe wander around a little first? Then we can head to the spot I was thinking of. Birdie.
This is much better. I used to come here all the time when I was little. Would look out over the whole city, and whatever worries I had would seem so small. Do you remember what I said at the top of Worgor Zormor? That I would fight to preserve Papa's peaceful Tural? Well, I've been thinking a lot since then. About what peace really means. If it's just the absence of war. And it brought to mind all the best parts of our journey so far. I realize nothing gives me greater joy than the happiness of others. Life has its ups and downs, but the company of family and friends and the music of their laughter is what makes it worth living. And as silly as it might sound, I've come to believe that those smiling faces are the best measure of peace.
It's the sort of thing I'd expect you to say.
Really? I feel proud somehow. It's an answer I arrived at by trying to be true to myself. That you think I succeeded, it means a lot.
The fact that you can say, like, the Yokui's dream is heartbreaking.
So, this is my plan.
And appropriate.
When I become Dawn's servant, I'll build on Papa's peace. Our people will live together in harmony.
It's just like Kryl said. By taking the time to hear their concerns, understand their feelings, and consider how best to serve, with each passing day, I'll be that much closer to becoming the leader I want to be. It's hard for me to say how much I've changed since the contest began. But there's one thing I can say with confidence. I wouldn't have come this far without you as allies. If it wasn't for you all listening and feeling and thinking along with me, I would have never learned so much, and in so short a time. There are 2 keystones left. After everything that's happened, and imagining what could happen, are you still willing to walk this path with me? Thank the gods for that. Well, I've nothing else to get off my chest. I need to head to the palace, but I'll see you back at the cabins.
I really like this expansion. I love it. I also think that, like, it's hard to explain why, but other than the obvious facts, I think it's going to be a really beautiful foundation. Ooh, they're getting pretty with some of their shots. Ooh. Elio canonically sleeps like a plank. All right. Time for another adventure. Okay, let's get to Ikbrush, and we will call it for the night. Sleeping like a log. Look, I don't know about you guys, but if you've ever seen an Eorzean wake up from some of the rooms, like the ones in Hingashi, like, it is some, like, they literally wake up like painting like one of your French girls. Ellie bored playing Kurant. I will say goddammit death. You look to be in good spirits. I assume your leisurely time was well spent. I'm glad to snatch some quality sleep myself. After all, we'll soon be back to the road for us. I'm sure the others will be along shortly. I do hope everyone is rested well. Now that we have refreshed ourselves somewhat, let us reconsider all the claimants as they currently stand. The Zoralja and Kona have completed every feat thus far and hold 5 keystones apiece. Wugelmat should be equal to them, but for Bagul Jaja's thievery, which has left us 1 short. The conniving braggarts didn't so much as lift a finger for the feat of proof, and wreaked havoc for the feat of ice. He can't have more than 3 keystones at most. I think he may think he can simply steal what he needs to win, but he's sorely mistaken. I will be taking back what is mine. This I swear. I fear reclaiming your keystones may not be enough. That is, if Bugul Jaja is unleashing Valigarmanda is any indication. Using his lead, I anticipate that he will move to obtain remaining keystones before disrupting his rival's attempts. We may all find ourselves being forced to take from one another. I can't say I'd be comfortable with that. But neither will I surrender my claim to the throne so easily. If it's for the sake of preserving the happiness of my people, I'll do what I must. The last 2 keystones we require are those of the Lay of Repast and the Lay of Brotherhood. The former depicts the cessation of hostilities between the Mamulja and Jabral in the forest of Yak Tural, specifically near a village called Ikbrush. That's where I was born. If you recall, I haven't been back there since Papa took me when I was a baby. Where the Lay of Brotherhood takes place, however, is unclear. In the saga, it is said that the foreign explorer came seeking an audience with the Dawn Servant, but little more than that. Eorzean has a similar tale. The explorer Kentenran befriended a 2-headed king known as the Autarch before commencing his travels across Tural. He journeyed here several times afterwards, but was ultimately lost at sea. At least, that is the commonly held belief. Your two-headed king certainly sounds like Papa, so this Kenton Ram fellow must have come to Tuliolal.
The fact that Kenton Ram is so important makes me so happy. Because for so long, that was just like almost all, that and the little bits of Memeljal lore we had was all we had from the New World. Well, that, vegetables. Well, and Blue Mage. Okay, we had things for the New World, but like it was one of the big things. But if is indeed arrived some 80 years ago, the capital may not have been built yet. Vestiges of Yokui architecture notwithstanding. Also, he must be like at absolute youngest 100 years old. Wait, you said Autark, didn't you? Then Kenton Ram must have met the Dawn Servant in Mamuk. Mamuk, is that a city? One of the grandest in Tural. Once upon a time, the seat of the Mameljal's homeland. It too lies in Yak Tural, not far from Igbrash. Then all things considered, Yak Tural seems the obvious choice for our next destination. From here, the safest method is to travel is by dirigible. We should make for the landing once our preparations are complete.
We're riding in one of Kona's balloons. They can't be any worse than ships. Can they?
The leap to Yak Tural. Teleport. Bum 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 ba-dum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum ba-dum bum. Bum bum ba-dum ba-dum bum. It'll be just fine. How exciting! The design of the Turali dirigibles intrigues me. I must note how they perform compared to Eorzean airships.
For as much as I wish we could ignore him, the cool Jaja's a real threat. We can't afford to let our guard down.
DJ, good to go to have you. Funny looking paladin gear there, boss. Fair enough, fair enough.
Yak Tural, where the Okui dreamt of the Golden City.
Ready to leave when you are. The next flight of the Yak Tural will be leaving shortly. Passengers are asked to keep hands, legs, and luggage inside the dirigible at all times. Alfred is a fellow aviation nerd. I mean, that tracks.
Are we sure that thing will stay in the air all the way to Yak Tural?
Paladin is so last expansion. Paladin will never die. We've got hollowed ground.
Are you ready? Bags packed and goodbye said? There's no going back once we lift off. No, I'm not that I'm nervous or anything. I'm just making sure that you're not nervous. Oh, who am I kidding? My knees won't stop shaking. Hey, will you hold my hand? Just until I've settled my nerves.
Of course we'll go.
You're the nicest person I've ever met, Elio. I'll try not to crush your hand.
There she is. The third promise. Wait just a moment. It should be, because it's just about the disconnection between your inner ear and your standing on a solid ground. So there should be no region that a plane or hot air balloon should be any different.
Mablo and Tobli, of course. I'll wait as long as you need. Sorry to delay you, but we were unable to discover the origin of Kryle's earring.
But we were able.
Is that so?
You said before that it gained popularity in Yak Tural as a protective ward for travelers, correct?
That is right. We tracked down the elderly merchant to whom the first sailors were attributed. According to him, the design imitates an accessory worn by a foreign mage he met at a market some 20 years ago. Little did he know that charming taste of salt would prove to be a commercial triumph. A foreign mage wearing this earring could only have been grandfather. Did the merchant happen to mention which market?
One in Yak Tural, to where it seems you are already bound.
What luck! Then I shall seek my next clue once we arrive. Is it mere coincidence that brought my grandfather there, or yet another discovery to look forward to? Thank you both for coming all this way. Anything for the third promise. Good luck with the rest of the rite. Thanks. I won't let you down. I've just got to board this dirigible and I'm as good as there.
Last call for the passengers of Yak Tural.
I'm sure it'll be fine once they invented pressurized cabins. Yeah, fair point does. I really hope she wins. Yak Tural will test her mettle without a doubt. The next dawn servant must be willing to bear the full weight of this nation's history, no matter how heavy it may be. Oh, Hobley understands the history of Mamuk. Interesting. Okay.
The fierce Shepral hunters who laid claim to this land call it the Azure Forest, Yak Tural.
It's Macalania!
Battered by meteors in ancient times and colored mesmerizing shades of blue and green by nature, it is easy to understand why the place is so named.
I really liked Hobley as a character. Yeah, me too, CJ. I also really enjoyed, just also as a Final Fantasy X-2 reference. It's actually funny that he's probably the least excitable one of the Pelu that we see.
It is here, where the Shepral and Mamulja once battled for dominance, that the right of succession would reach its climax.
Dude, the next dungeon has my favorite dungeon music. One of in Dawn Trail. Well,
Are you all right?
I've never been good with heights.
The vegetation is far denser than in Cosmauca.
I suggest you pay more attention to the ground, unless you want to walk straight into a cenote.
A cenote?
I was so glad when they said cenote out loud.
Sinkholes filled with rain and groundwater. Many meteors fell here long ago, it is said, and after they struck the earth, it became susceptible to erosion. Deep as some of the pits are, you'll not climb out in a hurry should you take a tumble. So, don't take a tumble.
Easier laughing.
It was one time.
Is the Shepral community
actually that's relevant?
Repast close by.
Aye. We need but follow the path a short way west.
Right. I can't stand here with my knees knocking forever. Let's get going.
Her not following is actually relevant to her story later. Also, one of the things I love about the main theme is if you listen to the main theme of this map and you listen to the dungeon theme, they're just inverted basically. The instrumental part is the choral part, and the choral part is the instrumental part.
Would it kill Erenville to give me the benefit of the doubt, or the benefit of a second chance? Worry not, Kral and I will ensure our promise does not wind up at the bottom of one of those cenotes. I can hardly fathom how difficult travel must have been before the second promises introduced dirigibles. Can you imagine having to walk all this way? Well, that journey was delightful. The wind was fair, and the vessel hardly rocked at all.
Okay, we're way over time, so I'm gonna say we'll stop there for today.
Okay, guys, I want to say thank you so much for joining the stream today. As always, a big thank you to Infinite, Ray, and V for helping out with the moderation. If either any of you three who are around could do a quick passing up those, appreciate it. I want to say again, happy birthday, Infinite. Thank you for spending your birthday helping out, and thank you for spending with us. Happy birthday. On top of that, I want to remind people to check out the YouTube channel. We've got the shorts out, and we've got content coming out before too long. I've got a couple videos in the works. And then I have Eorzean's archived that I'm audio editing at the moment. Also check out Ray's Final Fantasy XIV archived. She's put out, what, 100 videos this year, I believe you said? Crazy. All that good jazz. You can join Discord, discord.gg/Eorzean archive, where you can join us for all sorts of events and all sorts of lore stuff that we've got going on. We have events most days of the week at this point, from maps to lore book club to running EXs to any number of things. Yeah, remember to like the like button, or at the very least, look at an odd number times. And also, I want to get happy Thanksgiving to all, and to all good night. No, to all of you guys who are in America and beyond. I want to say that I am incredibly thankful for all of you guys, really every day. I really am, for being able to have like tea and to be able to spend time with you guys and doing content and stuff together. Yeah, and we will be around tomorrow. We should be doing maps. Obviously everyone I know is going to be probably busy, but if you have nowhere to be, or if you just want to get away from the family for a bit, know that we will be hanging out and around. You can definitely do that with that. It'll be 100 by the end of the year. That's insane, Ray. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and head out for the day. We should be back on Monday. Yeah, that should be it. Yeah. Don't forget to watch the Ultimate Prog that's going on right now. People have made it to Phase 4. Pretty soon we're going to see, maybe not the final phase, but a really cool transition, I'm assuming, whenever they get to Phase 5 and or 6. Assuming 5 is normal Eden rather than Twilight. But we'll see. Anyways. I have to say I am really enjoying Dawn Trail a second time through. I don't know when we've ever played an expansion where I haven't, but I will say the couple of things that, I don't want to say didn't work for me, the couple of things I struggled with, which was like feeling like Bakul Jaja went from A to C rather than A to B, now feels like, oh no, they did A, B, and C, I just had to pay attention. And also Zoralja's struggle is, I wouldn't say his struggle is telegraphed, was clearly telegraphed to me, but the specificity of it is clearer now a second time around. I'm interested to see how this continues to go. And I'm interested to see what I continue to appreciate more about it. I know there is one specific character dynamic that I didn't struggle with as much, but I struggled with a little bit, that I know that I'm very interested to see if a very close reading and attentive reading of it a second time through emboldens, or not emboldens, but like just my appreciation for it changes. Thanks for the stream. Happy Thanksgiving, and a happy Thanksgiving to you too, Des. Okay, guys, I will see you on Monday. It'll be December. Holy moly, we're coming into the last end of 2024. Get ready for 2025. It's going to be a wild ride, guys. Okay, with that, I've been Elio Forcheron, and I will see you guys soon. Bye. Oh.